right, so this will be the deposition of defendant Donald Vickers taken pursuant to notice and agreement. The deposition is taken in the case Tyler Griffin versus the City of Atlanta. The deposition will be taken pursuant to the federal rules of civil procedure and all purposes permitted under the rules, including use at trial. The deposition is being taken on Zoom because of the COVID pandemic. Madam Court Reporter, will you please swear in the witness?
Yes, sir. Before I do, I must ask counsel to please introduce yourself and state on the record that you have no objection to this officer of the court administering a binding oath to this witness via Zoom. If we can please begin with the noticing attorney.
Sure. This is Matt Kahn from Butler Law Firm for the plaintiff, and with me I have Tom Giannotti and Morgan Lindell from our office, and there is no objection.
Stacy Miller for the defendants, and there's no objection.
Good morning, Alicia Marie Nair for the City of Atlanta, Officer Vickers and Officer Abad. There are no objections.
Good morning, Jackie Parks with City of Atlanta. No objections.
Thank you. Officer Vickers, if you will please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
All right. Good morning, Officer Vickers. My name is Matt Kahn. As you just heard, I represent Tyler Griffin. I just want to start by asking if you've had your deposition taken before.
I had a deposition where I was a witness.
As a witness? So have you ever given one as a party to a lawsuit?
Not that I know of. I don't know to be honest, it was so long ago, I don't know what it was about. So,
okay, fair enough. Well, I guess I'll just give you some brief ground rules and sort of tell you what this is about. I'm going to be asking you questions. I'll show you some pictures and some videos. I just ask that if you don't understand my question or you can't hear me or I lag or something, just let me know and I'll rephrase the question or re-ask it. If you need to take a break, just let me know. We can just pause this deposition and take a quick break if we need to. I just ask if there's a question pending, you answer that question before we take a break. And just because we're in different places, it's a little harder to speak over each other and everything. So if you could just wait until I finish the question, even if you know where I'm going with it, it just creates a cleaner record and less jumbling of the Zoom lines. So if you could please state your full name for the record.
My full name is Donald Paul Vickers, Jr.
And Officer Vickers, where did you grow up?
Where did I grow up?
Yes, sir.
All over Georgia. I was shuffled around a lot.
Were you in a military family?
Yes, sir.
Where did you go to high school?
Went to Osborne High School in Marietta.
Did you play any sports in high school?
Off and on. I did play football.
What position did you play when you played football?
Safety and special teams.
So you did a lot of tackling when you played football?
I did.
Do you have a college degree, sir?
No, sir, I do not.
Have you ever served in the military?
Briefly.
And what branch did you serve?
Marine Corps.
Well, thank you for your service, sir. Were you discharged from the Marines?
You broke up. The question was I discharged?
Yes, sir. Yeah, that was the question.
Due to an injury, yes, sir.
And what was the nature of the injury?
It was a ankle injury with some hair fractures.
And so you were honorably discharged?
I was. I believe you ring it up as what is it? It was under honorable conditions, yes, sir.
Thank you. My next question, it alarms some people, but the reason I'm asking is just, if this case goes to a jury trial, we need to pick a jury. We need to make sure that none of your family or, remote cousins or, family members are on the jury. So do you have any family members in Georgia above the age of 18?
I do. If you want me to list them, it'd be
Yes,
a list
please.
and,
Yeah, if you don't mind just listing their first and last name and relationship.
so briefly, I was adopted. So my adopted family is here. Briefly, Larry Rogers, Holly Winkle, Deborah Rogers, or they got divorced. I'm sorry, it's Deborah Price now.
Yeah, other than those three folks, anyone in Georgia over the age of 18?
Not that I know of.
And sir, are you married?
I am.
Was your wife among the people that you just listed?
No, if you want my immediate family, yes, I have my wife and my kids. My kids are under 18. My wife, Lainey Vickers.
And how many, you said your children are under the age of 18?
Yeah, they're toddlers.
Have you ever been in a fist fight, either in high school or the military?
Objection, but you can answer.
You said I can answer?
Yes.
I have.
How many times have you been in a fist fight?
I
Same
couldn't tell you.
objection, but you can answer.
Sir?
Once again, I couldn't tell you how many. I was in mixed martial arts, so.
Well, I guess let me modify the question then. Outside of organized, fighting through a mixed martial arts event, how many fist fights have you been in?
Objection, but you can answer.
Outside all that I can recall, we've been with the city of Atlanta, and I couldn't tell you how many or when.
Okay. Would you say that you have a hot temper?
Objection, but you can answer.
I'm sorry. What
No,
was your
sir.
answer, sir?
It was no, sir.
Okay, thank you. And then just to let you know, like when if I ask you to clarify an answer, I'm not trying to be rude or provoke you. I just sometimes the Zoom gets jumbled up, and when there's objections, it's hard to hear. So no offense meant by that. Are you currently employed? Thank you. Are you currently employed by APD?
I am.
And what's your current job title?
Senior police officer.
And how long have you been with APD?
Come February, will be 15 years. February 21st, will be 15 years.
And of those 15 years, how long have you been an SPO?
I think it's been. I don't think it's been 2 years.
Did you start with APD as a recruit?
I did.
And do you have any law enforcement experience predating APD?
No, sir.
Have you undergone use of force training?
Yes, sir.
And was SPO Patrick Fight your instructor on use of force?
Yes, sir.
Do you know SPO Fight personally?
No, sir. I mean, I know him, but not outside work, I don't.
Okay, fair. That's fair. Do you have any DUI training?
So as far as the DUI course, no, I've not gone through that. I could say it's the minimum requirement.
So do you know how to administer a field sobriety test?
No, sir.
Have you ever reported another officer for the use of excessive force?
No, sir.
Have you ever testified in an official proceeding that another officer has used unreasonable force?
No, sir.
In your career as a police officer, have you ever seen another officer use what you would consider to be excessive force?
No, sir. Not physically seen it. No, sir.
Have you heard about it?
I mean, we hear about it all the time, but I've never witnessed it, you know, physically, personally, there, standing there. No, I've never witnessed it.
Now, you said that you'd been deposed a long time ago as a witness. Was that in your capacity as a police officer?
I was.
And was that in a case involving allegations of excessive force?
I don't remember at all. To be honest, I think it had something to do with the shooting that happened in the neighborhood. I don't think it was a use of force. And it was a contracting job that I used to work, and I guess something happened at the contracting job, and they brought me in.
I see. Okay. And have you ever been a party to a lawsuit, either as a plaintiff or a defendant?
No, sir.
All right. All right. So excluding any conversations that you had with any of your lawyers from the city of Atlanta, did you do anything to prepare for your deposition today?
Other than speaking to my lawyers? No, don't know what else I could have done.
Okay. And now, again, you know, there's an attorney-client privilege between what you said, the substance of what you said with your lawyers. And so I don't want to know any of that. But how much time did you spend speaking with your lawyers to get ready for the deposition?
I couldn't tell you the exact time. You know, it was we've met over a couple of days, different conversations, phone calls here and there.
Would you say cumulatively you spent over or under 1 hour preparing with your lawyers?
I'd have to say it's probably over 1 hour.
Over or under 2 hours?
Close to 2 hours. I don't, and you know, maybe I'm wrong on that, but I don't think we spoke long on that.
Sure. Sir, have you reviewed the complaint that was filed in this case?
I have.
And do you understand what this case is about?
I do.
And what's your understanding of the case?
I guess you brought me here because you want me to tell you, because you want to, my understanding is you brought me here because you're not happy with the actions that were taken.
Okay. Have you reviewed any of your discovery responses in this case?
Yeah.
All right. I'm gonna share my screen with you real quick. Give me just a second here. All right. Can you see Plaintiff's Exhibit 24 on your screen?
You said, okay, I can.
Okay, excellent. Now, have you ever seen this document before? And I can scroll through it. It's an 11-page document, so I'll slowly scroll through it here. Is this a document that you've seen?
It appears to be, yes, sir.
Is there anything in Plaintiff's Exhibit 24 that after reviewing you feel that you need to correct?
No, sir.
Did you review any of the City of Atlanta's discovery responses in this case?
Honestly, I can't. I don't think I actually reviewed anything.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear what you said.
I don't think I reviewed anything other than that, what you showed me, as far as their discovery.
Okay. Did you watch any of the body camera footage from this case?
I did.
And have you seen the body camera footage where you tackle Mr. Griffin?
I did.
And when was the last time that you watched it?
I remember only watching the whole video one time. It was like 3 separate videos. I think it was like 2 weeks ago.
I'm sorry, you said 2 weeks ago?
I believe 2 weeks ago. It might have been. It was somewhere between a week and a half and 2 weeks ago.
Okay. Have you seen the body camera footage showing you and Abad, Officer Abad, make Mr. Griffin walk around on a broken ankle?
Objection, but you can answer.
I don't remember seeing Mr. Griffin walking on a broken ankle.
Did you review any of APD's standard operating procedures to get ready for the deposition?
No.
Besides your attorneys, did you speak with anyone about this deposition?
Maybe briefly with my family members, but that's it.
Which members of your family did you speak to?
My wife.
Did you speak with Abad at all?
We talked a little bit here and there. He works on another unit now, so every once in a while I'll touch base. I mean, we're friends.
Did you specifically have any conversations about the case within the last week with Abad?
I think I spoke to him. Last time I spoke to Abel was I think Thursday.
What did y'all talk about?
Work, a little bit about the case. That's it.
What about the case did you speak about?
I don't know. Just pretty much if he has heard anything from the city, if I heard anything from the city, what's going on, as far as the investigation.
All right. In the early morning of April 5th, 2019, what was your assignment? And what I mean by that is just like sort of what were you doing in the area?
It's a little distorted, but you're asking what I was doing April 6th, early in the morning as far as work.
Yes, sir. April 5th.
Okay, excuse me. That day we were on a we were assigned to a fit unit. Me and ABAB were working together. We were trying to cut down on some of the burglaries and thefts in the area. And so we were going from one hot location to another that we like to investigate or run surveillance on.
Does patrolling for burglaries generally include making traffic stops?
We were in an unmarked car. If we were going to make a traffic stop or had a vehicle that we wanted to pull over, we would ask for a marked unit to pull that vehicle over.
Did you ask for a marked unit to pull Mr. Griffin's car over?
We were trying to before he fled, but he ended up wrecking the car before the units could pull him over.
You said he wrecked the car before the units could pull him over?
He drove off a retaining wall into somebody's backyard before we could get a unit there to pull him over.
Oh, okay. All right. We'll get to that in a minute. Do you never mind. I guess why don't you just tell me your side of the story? What happened that night?
From the beginning, like I said, we were on patrol going from one location to another that we like to investigate. We were in an unmarked vehicle, even though we were in marked clothing, APD, state approved clothing. As I was driving, ABAB was the passenger. I made a left off Howe Mill onto Chattahoochee Boulevard. I believe it's Boulevard. No, Chattahoochee Ave. When I made the right turn, got down to close to the bridge. That's when I noticed a car driving in my lane, coming at me head on. I had just enough time to swerve, and then we turned around, got behind the vehicle, and we were trying to get a unit to respond and let the zone know what was going on. And we were also trying to figure out, once he got to Howe Mill, he went the wrong way. He went up a one-way street. He was supposed to make a right or left, and he chose to go straight up a one-way street. Once he went up the one-way street, I don't know those street names. I know the location, I know the routes, but I don't know the street names. So we were trying to give radio our location and get a unit there and let the radio know what he was doing, or the driver was doing. We didn't know who it was at the time. He made another left turn, and I briefly lost sight of him. And when I got down to the intersection or close to it, trying to see if he went right or left, we realized once again he went straight and drove off a retaining wall and had landed in somebody's backyard. At that point, ABAD jumped out of the passenger seat and ran down towards the vehicle. I got out and tried to look at the road sign at the intersection to give radio our location. Once I could hear that they had our location, I went to assist. While I was doing that, I could hear ABAD giving commands, loud verbal commands: get out of the car, stop the car, Atlanta police. I really couldn't see though that we had a vehicle actually blocking the driveway. The homeowner's vehicle was blocking the driveway, so I couldn't see. I could only hear and get a glimpse of the vehicle's lights reflecting off the house and other objects and stuff because it was raining. Once I got there, I could see that ABAD had Mr. Griffin out of the car, and I could hear that his tone, his verbal commands had kind of got back to a normal tone. But I saw that he had his hands on a kind of a control hold on Mr. Griffin's shoulder. And I remember seeing Mr. Griffin shove his hand off and telling Officer Abad to hold on. At that point, Mr. Griffin had objected, was obstructing several times. And then he physically pushed Abad's hand away, and I tackled him. And we put him in 2 pair of handcuffs because he was kind of too big to put in 1 pair without, really forcing it. And once I tackled him, his demeanor changed completely, and so did ours. He was arrested. Took several minutes for me to get the homeowner to move the vehicle so we could get Mr. Griffin's vehicle out because it had to be towed. When Mr. Griffin landed in a backyard, I don't know how he did it exactly, but he was able to get his vehicle to turn around. And but he landed in some loose gravel in the homeowner's backyard. And once Mr. Griffin was out of the car and we went to tow it, we got the homeowner to move his vehicle so we could put Mr. Griffin's vehicle, just drive it up out of the driveway. So for whatever reason, Mr. Griffin, I think it's because he was on the gas too long. I mean, that's the only thing I think of, where his tires were spinning in the gravel. That's why he couldn't get out of it. But once again, he had nowhere to go. He was coming at Abad head on. And that was pretty much it. He was arrested and taken to Grady detention.
So when you first saw Mr. Griffin, you claimed that he almost hit you head on, right?
That's correct.
Do you have any evidence to prove that?
No, sir.
Was there a
any evidence to prove that?
Was there a dash cam in the vehicle you were driving?
No, sir.
Why not?
That is a undercover vehicle and is not equipped with a dash cam.
So the only proof that you have is your word. Is that right?
My word. Well, let's back up. The only proof that I had that he was coming at me head on, or
Yes,
the whole thing.
The only proof that you have
Okay.
that he was coming at you head on is your word.
That's an ABATS. That's it.
So then I guess more accurately, the only proof you have is the word of 2 officers who are being sued in federal court for police brutality. Is that right?
Objection, but you can answer.
That's correct.
On the night of the question, you were in an unmarked police car. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what was the make and model of that vehicle?
I think it's a Dodge Dart. I don't know the year. I don't even remember the color. I know it's a dark color.
Was that vehicle equipped with any police lights?
No, sir. Once again, it's an undercover vehicle that we were using.
Was it? Did it have one of those little lights that you can put on the top of the car like you see in the movies?
No, sir.
Was the vehicle equipped with a siren or
No.
a PA system?
No, sir.
So were there any markings on the car that would have allowed Mr. Griffin to know that he was being followed by a police officer?
Objection, but you can answer.
No, sir. Not, to be honest, I wasn't aware if he even knew we were behind him because he was so far ahead of us.
Well, why didn't you pull Mr. Griffin over after he allegedly almost hit you head on?
We didn't have a unit there to pull him over, and he kept going. He blew through the intersection and went up a one-way street. Units were trying to get to us, but by the time the units got there, he had already Matter of fact, by the time he got there, he was pretty much being detained at that point.
Why didn't you wait until the units got there to approach Mr. Griffin?
Because Mr. Griffin was in somebody's backyard, unable to leave. He was still trying to flee from us. We got out on foot and made the encounter.
Well, if he was unable to leave, then why wouldn't you just wait for the police to get there?
We didn't know if he was going to get out and try to run. We didn't know anything about, we didn't know who the driver was. We didn't know if it was female, male. We didn't know if there was more people in the vehicle.
And so you said this several times, and the police report claimed that Mr. Griffin drove off of a ledge. Is that right?
That's correct.
Now, did you actually observe Mr. Griffin drive over any ledge?
The only way he could have got back there is to drive over a ledge. The homeowner's vehicle was blocking the driveway, and the only way to get Mr. Griffin's vehicle back there is to keep going straight. In order to do that, you have to drive over the retaining wall.
So that's all good, but did you actually observe Mr. Griffin drive over any ledge?
I mean, I guess it could have flew, but no, I didn't. I saw the brake lights. I saw him in the backyard. I saw that the homeowner had those solar panel lights, the landscaping lights. They have been struck by Mr. Griffin's vehicle.
I'll move to
once again,
that
only way to do that is to go that way.
Move to strike that as non-responsive. Officer Vickers, is there any video showing Mr. Griffin drive off of any ledge?
Not that I know of.
So again, the only proof of that we have is your word and defendant Abad's word. Is that correct?
And the damages.
Is it your position that Mr. Griffin hurt his ankle when he allegedly drove over this ledge?
No, sir. We don't know how he hurt his ankle. It would not be fair for me to say exactly how he hurt his ankle. I mean, it's a good possibility.
You said it's a good possibility that he hurt his ankle from driving off the ledge?
Yes, sir.
How do you personally think that he hurt his ankle?
I don't know, sir.
Do you know any of the details of Mr. Griffin's injuries?
I know that from what I heard, he or was shown a broken ankle in two locations. Is that correct? I don't.
So I'm going to pull up an exhibit for you. Can you see plaintiff's exhibit 30 on your screen?
I see portion. Okay.
Sir,
I see where it says 30, but I'm looking at
it's an X-ray scan.
Oh, I see it. Okay, yes, sir.
Okay. Have you ever seen?
I see it.
Have you ever seen this X-ray scan of Mr. Griffin's ankle after the surgery?
I think only what was I think on the AJC. I may have seen it before, but I don't recall.
Do you see the 10 screws and the metal rod in his ankle?
I do.
And do you really think that driving off of a ledge did that to him?
We need to stop for a moment. Ms. Miller is not on the line.
Oh.
Question, have you ever seen this x-ray scan of Mr. Griffin's ankle after the surgery? Answer, I think only what was, I think on the AJC. I may have seen it before, but I don't recall. Question, do you see the 10 screws and the metal rod in his ankle? Answer, I do. Question, and do you really think that driving off of a ledge did that to him? Nair, we need to stop. It looks like Miss Miller is not on the line.
Thank you. Can I just have the exhibit number for that exhibit?
Yes, it's Plaintiff's Exhibit 30. And I'm going to share my screen again. Oh, that's the wrong way. Sorry. All right. So, Officer Vickers, can you see my screen again? Plaintiff's Exhibit 30?
I can. Yes, sir, I can.
Okay, thank you. And so the question that was pending before we stopped, I'll just re-ask it. Okay, so we're looking at Plaintiff's Exhibit 30, and my question is do you really think that driving off of a ledge did that to Mr. Griffin's ankle?
Objection, but you can answer.
I think it's very possible.
And what are your qualifications to opine on that?
I don't know if you want to say qualifications or experience, but I've seen a lot of accidents in there. What they can do to a human body is pretty horrific.
But you didn't see this accident, as you call it, did you?
No, I did not physically witness that accident.
So you stayed in the car while ABAD approached Mr. Griffin, is that right?
No, sir, I was not in the car. I was outside the car from trying to secure the vehicle and looking at our location on the road signs and giving it over radio to giving it over to the dispatch so that units could, arrive to where we were at. And then I approached.
Okay. And you said that that there was a car, the homeowner's car was blocking your view of the bottom of the driveway. That's correct? Is that correct?
I think between the hill, the angle of the vehicle, and yes, the homeowner's car, I think if the homeowner's car was not there, I'd be able to see pretty much the whole encounter with ABAD and the suspect vehicle.
Now, at what point after you left your car did you first see ABAD standing by Mr. Griffin's car?
As I started to approach coming down the driveway between the car and house.
And could you tell me what you saw when you first saw that?
Oh, well, I saw ABAD getting, I saw and heard ABAD giving orders for Mr. Griffin to get out of the car. ABAD had a control hold on Mr. Griffin, Mr. Griffin swiped ABAD's hand away, and then that's when I ran up and tackled.
And sir, none of that is on video,
Mr. Griffin
right?
was bigger than ABAD looking.
Sir, none of what you saw was on video, right?
If my video didn't catch it, ABAD's did.
So the first time that we see you on video, though, is on ABAD's body cam when you lunge toward Mr. Griffin. Is that right?
I believe so.
Did you have a body cam on your person at the time?
I did, sir.
And why wasn't it activated when you tackled Mr. Griffin?
For whatever reason, we don't know. I can't answer it. I don't know. I remember as I was running down, I can't remember if it was off or it just wasn't recording. I just can't recall what was going on with the camera. But once I noticed it, I activated it as quick and best as I could.
So is there something that you need to do physically to activate the body camera?
It has to be turned on. That was an older camera. That was either my second or third camera that I had gone through. For whatever reason, that one was acting up. I don't know if this was a user error or a device malfunction.
Mm.
But you have to turn it on. Once you turn the camera on, it goes into a buffering mode. While it's in buffering mode, you can tap the center button twice, and it's supposed to record. It will go back about 2 minutes, and then once it gets to where you hit the button, the audio will kick in.
And do you claim that you tapped the button and it just didn't turn on?
At this point, I don't know. I honestly don't know. I know that when I seen that it wasn't recording, I did my very best to cut it on as soon as possible.
Is there a separate button for sound and audio that you control?
No, sir. On that camera, no, you can't control you can only control, the camera will, the body worn camera will beep. But as far as picking up volume, I don't think you can control that.
So there's no way, if you were wearing that camera that you were wearing on the night in question, there's no way that you could leave the video operational, but press a button to turn the sound off while leave the video running.
No, sir. If there is, I'm not aware of that.
Is there a reason that you didn't activate your body camera before you got out of the car like ABAD did?
I don't know why it wasn't activated, sir.
And why there's a 2-minute period at the beginning of your body cam video where the sound was turned off. Is that right?
Okay, that's the buffering part. So like I said, it's in buffering mode. You want it to record, you hit the button twice, it will go back 2 minutes. Once it gets to that point after the 2 minutes where you hit the button, the audio kicks in.
I see. At what point did you decide to tackle Mr. Griffin?
Once he pushed ABAD's hand away.
And why did you decide to tackle Mr. Griffin?
He was obstructing ABAD and not obeying his commands. And then once you swipe an officer's hands, you become a threat at that point, and I alleviated it.
Is there anything else that you could have done to get in there?
From the distance I was at, I mean, Monday night quarterbacking, possibly. I wouldn't want to tase. If I missed, then I would hit ABAD. Possibly hit ABAD. So I went for a tackle.
Did you know that Mr. Griffin's ankle was hurt after you tackled him?
Shortly after, yes, sir.
How shortly after did you realize that Mr. Griffin's ankle was hurt?
That I can't recall.
Did you ever call an ambulance to come check on Mr. Griffin?
It was determined, we checked, and it was determined that with him having a hurt ankle and having units already there, I could get him to the hospital quicker by having a unit do the transport. We would have got him quicker, got him to the Grady quicker, and got him out of the rain.
So that's a no. You never called an ambulance to check on Mr. Griffin. Is that right?
No, it was determined that the ambulance was going to take longer than our units would. It was going to take longer to get him to the hospital than our units would. I don't remember how it was. I don't know if it's because our units were already there or if Grady was at a standstill.
Sure. And I understand that, sir. What I'm asking you is whether or not you called an ambulance to check on Mr. Griffin.
That I can't recall. Wait, hold on, you said to transport or to check on?
To check on Mr. Griffin.
You mean, just to be clear, you're talking about when Griffin's at the scene to have a Grady unit come and check on him, correct?
Correct. At any time
Okay,
while
sorry,
on the
it
scene,
was just-
you call an ambulance to come check on Mr. Griffin.
Like I said, no.
Will you agree that it was obvious that Mr. Griffin was in pain as he was walking around that backyard?
Once again, I don't remember seeing Mr. Griffin walking.
All right. I want to show you some video clips. Can you see plaintiff's exhibit 1.2 on your screen, sir?
I see a video. I don't see the 1.2 that you're talking about.
All right. Well, I'm gonna
I
show
see it.
Okay,
Okay.
great. All right. Well, so the first video I'm going to show you is marked plaintiff's exhibit 1.2.
Hey, stop the car! 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 Get out of the fucking car, Atlanta Police! Get out of the fucking car! Get out the car now! Get out the car.
And Buchanan.
Let's go. Get out of the car. Get out of the car. Let's move. What are you doing, man?
What do you mean, what am I doing?
Tell me, what are you doing?
Wait a minute, hold on. Don't grab me like that.
No, hold on. No, hold on. No, hold on. You do
don't
not
get out.
swipe
You listen.
my hands from me. Do you understand?
You got anybody else in the car? You got any weapons or anybody else? Go check the car.
All right. Do you think that you did anything wrong in plaintiff's exhibit 1.2?
No, sir.
Do you think the Atlanta Police Department encourages police officers to act the way that you did in plaintiff's exhibit 1.2?
If the situation calls for it, yes.
Do they teach that sort of thing at the police academy?
Objection. But you can answer if you know.
As far as when somebody's obstructing, to take them down as quick as possible to alleviate the threat, yes.
Did ABAD do anything to stop you from tackling Mr. Griffin?
No, sir.
If ABAD had waved his hand and told you to stop, would you have still tackled Mr. Griffin?
Objection, but you can answer.
What's the basis of that objection? Just so I can cure the question.
Are you asking a fact witness a hypothetical?
What is the basis? I asked you, what is the basis of your objection?
Well, that is the basis of my objection.
So it's an improper hypothetical. That would be the answer to, that would be your objection?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Noted. So sir, I'm going to ask you the question again. If ABAD had waved his hand and told you to stop, would you have still tackled Mr. Griffin?
The same objection, but you can answer.
Probably not. Being that there was probably not a threat then. If I felt like Mr. Griffin was still a threat, yes, I would have.
It would have been possible for ABAD.
Depends on if I felt like he was a threat.
Sure. It would have been possible for Abad to wave his hand and tell you to stop, right?
Objection, but you can answer.
He'd have to be really fast about it. I mean, at that point, Mr. Griffin swiped Abad's hand down towards his side. I mean,
If Abad had said,
I don't
"Hey,
know how.
sorry, I didn't realize you were done." If Abad had said, "Hey, Vickers, hold up," would you have still tackled Mr. Griffin?
Objection, but you can answer.
Once again, if I felt like there was a threat, yes, I would have.
But if Abad had said, "Hey, Vickers, hold up," what reason would you have to believe that there was a threat?
Same objection, but you can answer.
If Abad was able to say that hypothetically, it leads me to believe that there wouldn't be a threat, and I would see that there was no threat, and I probably would not tackle. Well, I wouldn't tackle if there wasn't a threat.
Okay, and it would have been possible for Abad to do that, right?
Objection, but you can answer.
Not in that time span, no, sir. And there was a threat.
When Mr. Griffin got out of the car, he put his weight on his left foot, didn't he?
That I don't know. I don't know.
Let's look at the video again.
Do not swear. Get out of the car.
All right, I'm showing you Plaintiff's Exhibit 1.2 again.
Get out the car now. Get out the car.
And Buchanan.
Let's go. Get out of the car. Get out of the car. Let's move. What are you doing, man?
What do you mean, what am I doing?
When Mr. Griffin got out of the car, he put his weight on his left foot, didn't he?
Okay, yeah, he stood up, yes, sir.
Did you hear Mr. Griffin cry out in pain as he got out of the car?
No, sir.
Did you hear Mr. Griffin complain about his ankle hurting as he got out of the car?
No, sir.
He didn't do any of that, did he?
No, sir.
In fact, Mr. Griffin was standing up straight, wasn't he?
He was standing up on both feet.
He didn't have any trouble balancing before you tackled him, did he?
Not that I could see.
Did you hear Mr. Griffin slurring his words at any time before you tackled him?
No, sir.
And that's because he wasn't slurring his words, right?
No, sir. I mean, correct.
Did you hear Mr. Griffin scream out in pain as you tackled him?
On the video, yes, sir.
As we sit here today, do you think that you were completely justified in tackling Mr. Griffin?
Yes, sir.
Do you think you should have done anything differently?
No, sir.
Now, you claim you tackled Mr. Griffin because you thought he was resisting, right?
No, he was resisting, sir.
And I believe the words that you used during the OPS investigation were that you thought it was going to be a fight on your hands. Is that right?
There was a good chance, yes. That was going through my mind, yes.
All right, I'm going to show you another video that's been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 1.3. Can you see the screen, sir?
Yes, sir.
And you have no problem hearing any of the video footage, do you?
So far, no.
Okay, excellent.
What are you doing, man?
What do you mean, what am I doing?
Tell me, what are you doing?
Wait a minute, hold on. Don't grab me like that.
Now, isn't it true that you didn't start charging at Mr. Griffin until after he'd already brushed Abad's hand away and was standing still?
I started charging once I seen that he pushed Abad's hand away, and then I charged.
Sure, but isn't it true that you didn't start charging until after he had already brushed the hand away and at that point was standing still?
That's correct.
All right. I'm going to show you another video. We're going to look at a clip that's been pre-marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 1.4.
You're gonna get up. Tuck your leg under you.
I can't move my leg. You guys
Is it broken?
I mean, you guys heard it, but
Tuck it under you and use that to get up.
Did you hear Mr. Griffin say, "I can't move my leg"?
I heard him on the video talking to Abad, yes, sir.
But did you hear him say, "I can't," quote, "I can't move my leg," end quote?
Objection. Just to clarify, are you talking about in the video or today? Or at the date of the incident?
I'm asking him questions about the video.
Okay.
So I'll ask it again, sir. In Plaintiff's Exhibit 1.4, did you hear Mr. Griffin say, quote, "I can't move my leg," end quote?
In the video, I hear that.
Did you hear Abad ask Mr. Griffin if his leg was broken, and Mr. Griffin responded, quote, "I mean, you guys heard it," end quote?
In the video, I hear that, yes, sir.
Now, in the video, did you hear Mr. Griffin slur his words when he said, quote, "I can't move my leg," end quote?
No, sir.
And that's because he was not slurring, right?
That's correct.
And did you hear Mr. Griffin slur his words when he said, quote, "I mean, you guys heard it," quote, end quote?
You asked if I heard him slurring then?
Mm-hmm.
No, sir, I did not hear him slur.
And that's because he was not slurring at that time either, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. I'm going to show you a video that's been pre-marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 4.1.
wow.
Oh shit! Oh!
Oh my God. Oh my God, help me please. Oh God. Oh God. Oh God. Help me please.
Oh! Ooh, shit! Oh my God! Ah! Ah! Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh.
I think we lost Officer Vickers. Oh, there he is.
Can you see me?
Yes, I can see you now. Sir, in Plaintiff's Exhibit 4.1, Abad makes Mr. Griffin stand up and walk, right?
I can't see anybody else.
So in
Miss Miller. Miss
Oh.
Miller.
I'm still here.
All right. So the question was, sir, in Plaintiff's Exhibit 4.1, the video we just looked at, Abad makes Mr. Griffin stand up and walk, right?
I see that, and maybe I saw it wrong, but I might have to see it again, but I did see that Abad did try to get Mr. Griffin to stand. It looked like Mr. Griffin was standing on his left foot. I thought his left foot was the one that was hurt, or was it right? Did I get that mixed up?
Sir, the question was, and I'm going to move to strike that as non-responsive to the question. The question is in Plaintiff's Exhibit 4.1, Abad makes Mr. Griffin stand up and walk, correct?
He tried to get Abad to stand. I don't know that he tried to get him to walk. I know he tried to get him to stand.
Let's look at the video again.
Wow.
He lost me.
You can't see the video?
I can see it now. The computer cut out for a sec, but I see it. You can go ahead.
Oh, shit. Oh. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Help me, please. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Help me, please. Oh. Ooh. Shit. Oh, my God. Ah! Ah!
So, sir, the question was, in Plaintiff's Exhibit 4.1, the video that we just watched for a second time, Abad makes Mr. Griffin stand up and walk, correct?
Objection. Asked and answered. You can answer if you have something new to add.
He made Mr. Griffin stand, and I don't know if that was Mr. Griffin, him trying to make Mr. Griffin walk. He made Mr. Griffin stand, and I don't know if he was not sure about the broke or not. But, yes, he did stand. I don't know if he was trying to make him walk.
Sure. Well, I guess let's break it down. In that video that we just watched, Abad was standing behind Mr. Griffin, correct?
Beside him, but yes.
And Officer
behind. Yes.
And Officer Abad was urging Mr. Griffin to walk forward, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, it looked like in that video that Mr. Griffin was in pain, didn't it?
Yes, sir.
Now, did you call an ambulance after it was clear that Mr. Griffin couldn't walk?
No.
Did any of the
Like
other
I said before, it was determined that us getting him.
Did any of the other police officers call an ambulance?
I don't know that a 4 was called. I don't think they did. No, sir.
Okay. Well, do you think Abad did anything wrong in the video we just watched?
No, sir.
So it was okay for Abad to make a seriously injured citizen walk around on a broken ankle?
Objection, but you can answer.
I don't know if Abad was trying to make him cause further injury to Mr. Griffin. I don't know what Abad was thinking. It's about to tell me my computer's about to cut off for some reason. Seems like it's working now. This computer may cut off. If it does, I'll join right back as soon as I figure out what's going on with it.
Okay. So I'm going to ask that question one more time just to get a clear answer for the record. So in your opinion, it was okay for Abad to make a seriously injured citizen walk around on a broken ankle?
Objection, but you can answer.
It would not be okay to make Mr. Griffin walk on a hurt ankle.
All right. I'm going to show you another video. This one is going to be marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 2.2.
What's wrong with you, man?
My left foot is.
What's wrong with your left foot?
It's tangled or something. I don't know.
It's got what?
A lot of weight on it.
Just a little bit.
A little heavier when drunk too.
Sorry, man. Abad went to get him out of the car, and Abad's kind of like, "What are you doing?" And Abad's like, "Put your hand on." Did Abad like that? I did like 50.
Right. Hey man, come on man, get on up.
Here's his skid marks.
Did you hear the other officer say, quote, "He's got a lot of weight on it," end quote, and then you responded, quote, "just a little bit," end quote, in the video we just watched? Oh. We lost him.
We lost him. We're back on the record.
Okay, great. And before we get back into the substantive questions, I've just got to ask, Officer Vickers, during the brief time that we were off of the deposition, did you have any conversations with Miss Miller, Miss Parks, or Miss Nyer?
I did, just to let them know that the computer went down and that I'll be back up as soon as the computer comes up.
Okay, excellent. What was the last thing you heard me? Or did you see any of the video of Plaintiff's Exhibit 2.2? I'll just start.
I think I saw it. You might want to play it again.
I'll start there. Okay. All right. So I'm going to play Plaintiff's Exhibit 2.2.
What's wrong with you, man?
My left foot is.
What's wrong with your left foot?
It's tangled or something. I don't know.
It's got what?
A lot of weight on it.
Just a little bit.
A little heavier when drunk too.
Sorry, man. Abad went to get him out of the car, and Abad's kind of like, "What are you doing?" And Abad's like, "Put your hand on." Did Abad like that? I did like 50.
Right. Hey man, come on man, get on up.
Here's his skid marks.
All right, sir. And so my first question is, did you hear where the other officer said, quote, "He's got a lot of weight on it," end quote, and you responded, quote, "just a little bit," end quote?
I did.
And you were joking about Mr. Griffin's weight, correct?
He's a bigger guy, yes.
I'm sorry, what was your response?
Yes.
Is it okay to make fun of a citizen's weight?
Wasn't really making fun of his weight.
Does APD tolerate that sort of behavior?
Like I said, I wasn't making fun of his weight. He's a bigger guy. I mean, that's a fact. I wasn't making fun of him, of his weight.
Okay. Well, did you hear where you were talking to the other officer in the video and said, quote, "I did like 50," end quote, and then said, quote, "There's the skid marks," end quote?
I did hear that.
Isn't it true that you were bragging to another officer about tackling Mr. Griffin?
Just showing him what happened.
So it's not true that you were
Showing
bragging.
him
It's not true, sir, that you were bragging to another officer?
Like I said, I was just advising the other officer what happened.
And you laughed after you advised the other officer what happened, as you just put it, didn't you?
I did chuckle, yes, sir.
What's so funny about what happened?
Like I mentioned before, it's not funny. Just, you don't touch an officer. You don't resist.
If it's not funny,
Didn't expect Mr. Griffin to fall the way.
if it's not funny, then why did you laugh?
Also, like I said, I didn't expect him to fall the way he did.
Is it okay to laugh at a citizen who you've seriously injured?
Objection, but you can answer.
I don't think it's nice to poke fun or bully, but to come to an understanding, I didn't see anything wrong with it.
So there's nothing wrong with laughing at Mr. Griffin as he lay on the ground in pain.
I wasn't laughing about Mr. Griffin being in pain.
What was it that you were laughing about?
Just the fact you have to listen to lawful orders.
And so that's funny.
You know.
So then you find that funny. Is that right?
The tackle?
Sir, you were the one who was laughing. And my question was, what was funny? Only you know that.
Just laughing at the tackle and that he fell the way he did. I was not laughing at his pain.
All right. We're going to leave off right where I left on the video, or we paused it on plaintiff's exhibit 2.2.
Get up, come on. I have to get up, come on.
We're laughing because you fell pretty hard after pushing an officer, man. I find that funny, man. You don't
Yeah,
touch
that
officer,
is real
man.
funny.
You don't
I
touch an
won't
officer.
do that.
Yo, you
That's
did do
bad.
that.
So did you hear where you said, quote, "We're laughing at you because you fell pretty hard after pushing an officer, man. I find that funny, man," end quote.
I did hear that.
As we sit here today, do you still find that funny?
It was just you telling it? No.
I'm sorry, what was that?
You telling it, us talking about it? No.
That's not quite my question. As we sit here today, do you find the same thing that you were laughing about in that video that I just showed you? Do you still find that to be funny?
I understand why I was laughing then.
So, do you still find it funny as we sit here today?
It's kind of old now. No.
So it's not funny because it's old now.
Trying to make light of a situation then is different than talking about it now.
So it's not so funny anymore, is it?
Like I said, trying to make light of that situation then, talking about it now, no.
I'm going to show you another video. This one is pre-marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 4.2.
We're never driving the wrong side of the road either.
Break it up, man. Ain't about that time to play with you, man. Come on.
1, 2, 3, go.
Come on, big boy.
You're not even trying. Come on, man.
Hey, man, don't put your weight on me.
Shit, why are you putting your weight on a foot that's supposed to be hurt?
Right,
I'm a good guy. I would never do that to you guys.
Bro, I don't even know you.
That's the bad thing. I'm not a good.
Do the bad thing. Let's go.
Yeah, I'll take him on to the Jeep.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
Come on, man.
Oh my
You're
God!
a little girl right now.
Fuck! Hold
What's
on.
wrong with you, man?
Oh my God!
He's doing that on purpose, man.
Come on, man.
He's doing that on purpose.
Dude,
He keep rolling that on the side on purpose, man.
it hurts when you roll your own ankle.
Oh my God! Yes, it does.
No, man.
Oh my God! I would never lie to you.
All right, let me ask you a question.
Oh my
What do you
God.
expect to gain out of all this,
Oh my
man?
God! It hurts.
What do you
so
expect to
bad.
gain out of this?
Oh my God! Please just take the pain away. Oh my God! Oh my God!
Go ahead, Tom. Take pain
Oh
away.
my God!
Hey, you want to show you a little trick? Take pain out that pain.
You see Major Payne?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Did you hear when you told Mr. Griffin, quote, "You're such a little girl right now," end quote?
I did.
Is it okay for police officers to hurt a citizen and then insult them?
Not particularly, no.
But that's what you did, though, isn't it?
No, sir.
You did not insult Mr.
Just
Griffin.
bringing awareness of letting. No, sir, I was not trying to insult Mr. Griffin.
So then tell me, what did you mean when you said, quote, "You're such a little girl right now," end quote?
I mean, I've seen a lot of injuries, had a lot of injuries, seen a lot of people with a lot weaker than Mr. Griffin have some serious injuries, and I've never heard a grown man sound like that. And I think the alcohol and stuff played a role in it.
So, sir, isn't it true that
And
you
I was just trying to make him aware of it.
you were trying to make him aware that he sounded like a little girl to you? Is that what you're saying?
That's correct. Sometimes when people are intoxicated, they don't understand what they're saying or doing.
Well, sir, how can you explain to me how calling someone a little girl, letting them know that you think they're being a little girl, is not an insult?
I'm sorry, can you say that again, please?
How is calling another person or telling another person that they're such a little girl not an insult to that person?
It's more of just awareness. Hey, you're better than this. You're stronger than this. I mean,
So why didn't you use those
I
inspirational
was
words?
not trying to insult him.
If you weren't trying to insult him, if you were trying to tell him that you're stronger than this, you're better than this, then why didn't you just tell him that?
Same, when somebody's intoxicated and stuff, you can only reason with them so much. I wasn't trying to have a big moment there. I was just trying to, let him know, hey, this is what you're sounding out like right now.
Did you hear you and the other police officer laughing and joking about Mr. Griffin?
Oh, what part of Mr. Griffin were we laughing and joking about?
Sir, that is my
I
question.
don't understand the question.
My question was, did you hear you and the other officer laughing and joking about Mr. Griffin?
If you're referring to the video you just showed me, if we were laughing and joking, we were not trying to exclude Mr. Griffin from it. We weren't trying to pick on him or anything like that. We were just making him aware of what he sounds like and dealing with the situation at hand.
So is this a group of three friends joking around to you? Is that what you're saying?
No, we're not. Like the officer said, we didn't know Mr. Griffin. We weren't judging him. Mr. Griffin made a mistake. That didn't mean he was a horrible person. It didn't mean that we still didn't have to take care of him.
Have you seen the movie Major Payne?
I have.
What was that reference to Major Payne that you were talking about?
It's a point in the movie that a lot of people find it funny when they talk about how you take one pain to get rid of another pain. once again, trying to get light of the situation. I even asked me saying, hey, have you seen Major Payne? That was me talking to Mr. Griffin. Have you seen the movie?
That was you talking to Mr. Griffin. Let's take another look at that video.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
Come on, man.
Oh my
You're
God!
a little girl right now.
Fuck.
What's wrong with you, man?
Oh my God!
So you just said you're such a little girl right now. What's wrong with you? That was just a little motivation for him to keep getting up to the top of the driveway?
No, at that point, we were still trying to figure out what was wrong with Mr. Griffin. I believe due to his intoxication, him saying he had a leg pain, but he kept putting his weight on the same ankle that's hurt. A person that's not intoxicated doesn't normally do that. And so it was a moment of trying to figure out what's actually going on with Mr. Griffin and dealing with his intoxication.
Well, sir, are you a paramedic?
No, but I've had several broken bones in my ankle, and including other bones.
Do you have a medical degree?
I've also been tackled several times. And no, I don't have a medical degree.
So wouldn't it have been better to let the doctors or the paramedics make that evaluation instead of walking Mr. Griffin around on a broken ankle?
Us standing him up right there was trying to get him to care. We didn't realize that his ankle was severely hurt. Once we did realize that, we left him there and we backed the vehicle up to him. And we turned him around and got him into that vehicle as best we could so we could transport him to Grady as soon as possible.
All right, so let's go back to the video.
He's doing that on purpose, man.
Come on, man.
He's doing that on purpose.
Dude,
He keep rolling that on the side on purpose, man.
it hurts when you roll your own ankle.
Oh my God, yes, it does.
No, man.
Oh my God, I would never lie to you.
All right, let me ask you a question.
my
What do you
God.
expect to gain out of all this,
Oh my
man?
God, it hurts.
What do you
so
expect to
bad.
gain out of this?
Oh my God, please, just take the pain away. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Go ahead, Thomas. Take the pain
Oh
away.
my God.
Hey, you want me to show you a little trick to take the pain out that pain?
You see major pain?
Oh my God.
So, sir, if I understand correctly, is it your testimony today that we did not just look at a video of you and another officer laughing and joking about Mr. Griffin?
We were joking about a movie and we were trying to get, well, I can't tell you what the other officer was doing, but I can tell you that it was my attempts to get Griffin to lighten up and to get his mind off his current situation.
Does the police academy teach recruits to mock injured citizens?
No, sir.
That's not okay, is it?
No, sir.
Why did you make Mr. Griffin try to walk after you saw how much pain he was in?
Once we saw how much pain he was in, I did not try to make him walk.
Well, the video that we just looked at, Plaintiff's 4.2, Exhibit 4.2, wasn't that after you had already seen Officer Abad try to make him walk and he fell down in pain?
Yes, and that's why me and the other officer there were holding Mr. Griffin up. And the attempt was to put his weight on his good ankle, but he wanted to put his weight on his bad ankle. We never wanted him to walk on his bad ankle.
All right, I'm gonna show you another video clip. Excuse me. This is gonna be Plaintiff's Exhibit 3.3.
I just like
That's the way
It
it needs
still
to be.
hurts.
Tyler, there's nothing we can do about that. It's metal on bone. Once you get you to Grady, we'll take them off. But right now, you got to get in there.
Okay, yes, sir.
The longer we do this, the longer you're going to be in pain. I got you. I'm just trying to let you understand. We don't want you to be in pain. We're just trying to get you in there.
You got this, bro. You want me to slide you? Sorry. I'm not touching you. Don't scream.
Tyler, he's not even touching you. Tyler, he's not even I tell you what, just lift your foot up, Tyler.
Just look.
Tyler, you can lift your foot.
Oh my God. Is this really happening? Please help me.
What's that vehicle that you're trying to load Mr. Griffin into?
That is our wagon. It's one of our wagons that we use to transport.
Did you see the other officer grab Mr. Griffin by the ankle?
He grabbed him by the upper leg.
Is there anything wrong with the way that any of the officers in Plaintiff's Exhibit 3.3 behaved?
Them not knowing the current situation and everything? No, I don't think so.
Was there anything wrong with your body cam on April 5th, 2019?
That I don't know, sir.
Well, didn't you tell the OPS investigator that you had a problem with it?
If that was the date, then yes, sir.
Let's just pull up in the exhibit. Can you see Plaintiff's Exhibit 42 in your screen?
I can.
Do you see, let me zoom in on this so we can see it better. Do you see where Plaintiff's Exhibit 42 summarizes what you told Investigator Nixon, and it says, quote, for whatever reason, it wasn't operating the way it should have, or I don't know. That's right there.
Yes, sir, I see it.
And I read that correctly?
Yes, sir.
So then you told Investigator Nixon that your body camera wasn't working, right?
Yes, sir. I don't know if it was like I said before. I don't know if it was a user error or if it was a camera malfunction.
Well, we know for a fact that it was not a camera malfunction, don't we?
Objection, but you can answer if you
no,
know.
Sir.
Excuse,
no, sir.
We do not know that.
I don't know that, sir. That was an old camera. To go further into it, that was an old camera. There's a switch at the top. There's been many complaints with the old camera that the switch was easy to turn off and on. I don't know if I kept hitting it. I don't know. Or I don't know if it was a camera itself that was messed up.
All right. Can you see the screen, my screen, Plaintiff's Exhibit 42, sir?
Yes, sir.
Do you see where it says, quote, a diagnostic evaluation of the BWC issued to SPO Vickers at the time of this incident does not indicate that the device suffered any type of malfunction or failure or malfunction attributed to anything other than the failure of the operator to properly activate the device. SPO Vickers did not report any issues about his camera at the time or immediately after this incident occurred. Did I read that correctly, sir?
Yes, sir.
So isn't it true then, sir, that we know for a fact that there was no malfunction with the camera, the body camera?
Objection,
Once
but you
again,
can answer if you know.
No, sir, we don't know. I did make issues about the camera not working. I can't tell you exactly when that was made, but also I can tell you, like I said, sometimes, and I guess it's possible that my camera could have been one of them as well, the on and off button were easy to get hit and switched on and off. It could be done accidentally. I don't know, sir.
Is it your testimony that you just don't remember you don't remember at what point you realized that the camera was off and tried to turn it on?
No, sir, I don't remember the exact point. No, sir.
Okay. Is it unusual for police officers to turn off their body camera in the middle of an arrest?
Objection, but you can, I'm sorry, you can answer if you know.
With current policy, no, sir. I mean, you're not supposed to.
So I know you're not supposed to. The question is it unusual for police officers to turn off their body camera in the middle of an arrest?
Same objection, but you can answer.
There has to be some reason for it, sir.
Well, is that something that happens frequently in the Atlanta Police Department?
Objection.
Isn't the point of the body camera so it captures the entire event?
For the most part, yes, sir.
Have you ever heard of police officers turning off their body camera after the use of force to get their stories straight with each other?
You cut out a little bit.
Sure.
Can you repeat that?
I can. The question was, have you ever heard of police officers turning off their body cam after the use of force in order to get their story straight with each other?
After the incident, not to get their story straight, but just to corroborate everything that took place and add everything together.
So it is common then for police officers to turn their body camera off and talk about the use of force at the scene of the arrest.
Objection, but you can answer if you know.
Only after the incident's over, sir.
All right, I want to show you a few more video clips. All right, we're going to take a look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 2.5.
Hey, I'm gonna save my Camry life.
Hey, just check Eric. Got no brother. I'm calling back. No, nothing.
Did you hear yourself say, quote, "Hey, I'm gonna save my camera life," end quote, just before the video ended?
That's correct.
And I didn't mean to get rid of that screen. If you give me just a moment here. And if you look at the upper right-hand corner of Plaintiff's Exhibit 2.5, you can see that it says T08:11:00, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's a timestamp, right?
I believe so, yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to show you a video that's been pre-marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 5.2.
Everybody's still on? Yeah.
I can't see anything, sir.
You didn't see the video I just showed?
No, I can hear something, but I can't see anything.
It wasn't displayed on the screen.
Ah, I see. Let me try that again. Can you see it now?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Everybody's still on?
Yeah.
You hear yourself say, quote, "Hey, everyone's still on," end quote?
The audio you're talking is going in and out. You're asking if I hear myself say, "Hey, is everybody still on?" Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I hear that.
And that was confirming whether or not all of the other officers in your general vicinity were on their body cam footage, correct?
That's correct, because I was cutting mine off. I want to make sure theirs get it.
And if you look at the upper right-hand corner, the end of this video is T08:11:16, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Now I'm going to show you. Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you plaintiff's exhibit. It looks like, who is Mr. Kane?
Okay, it looks like we had ABAT set to join at around 12:50 to start his deposition at 1. And so he's gonna go off. Do we have a time that we believe this deposition will be over for him to start?
I'm not going to finish by 1, I can tell you that. Do you need to take a minute to speak with Officer Abad?
Can we go off the record?
Yes, can we go off the record, please?
We're back on the record.
All right. So I'm gonna share my screen with you again, sir, and show you a video that's been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 3.1. Now, Plaintiff's Exhibit 3.1 shows you reactivating your body camera. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And we see the timestamp here at the beginning of Plaintiff's Exhibit 3.1 says T08:12:42. Right?
That's correct.
And doesn't that mean that you turned your body cam off for just under 2 minutes?
I believe so, yes.
Why'd you do that?
The only thing I say is from the initial cutoff, it was to conserve battery life. Why I had to cut it back on, I don't know. I'm assuming because I'm probably gonna have to deal with Mr. Griffin again.
Who'd you speak to during
if I'm gonna deal with Mr. Griffin,
Sure. During the approximately 2 minutes that your camera was off, who'd you speak to?
that I don't know. Can't make out that officer. And I don't know if I was speaking to that officer.
Did you talk to anybody in the approximately 2 minutes that your camera was off?
I'm assuming I did, being that I was right there with those officers. I'm sure we spoke on something. I don't know what.
Do you have any recollection about what you spoke, or about what you spoke and to whom you spoke it?
You broke up. I'm sorry.
Do you have any recollection of who you spoke with?
No, sir, I don't.
During that almost 2 minute period that you turned your body cam off, did you get with the other police officers to make sure that your stories lined up?
I don't think so, sir. They didn't have anything to do with the case. Unless it's just ABAD. Those other officers really weren't there.
I think we can see that let me share the other exhibit with you. Plaintiff's Exhibit 3.1 it was. Oh, that's the wrong exhibit, excuse me. I think we can see from Plaintiff's Exhibit 5.2 that it was Abad sitting in the driver's seat of a police vehicle. Do you see that?
Yes, sir, I do. I see the side of his face, yes, sir.
Okay, excellent. So then I'll ask the question just once more now that we've established that fact. During the almost 2-minute period that you turned your body cam off while you were standing directly next to Officer Abad, did you get with Officer Abad to compare stories and make sure they line up?
Being that was Abad, we probably did talk. What we talked about, I can't recall.
Do you think that you compared stories to make sure they lined up?
We probably talked about the incident. I don't know what we talked about, sir.
So for all we know, you could have talked with Officer Abad, compared stories, and made sure that y'all were on the same page. Is that right?
Possibly. Yeah, I don't. That's possible.
Is there anything wrong with what you did in those videos we just looked at?
I believe Abad's camera was on. Knowing policy, I probably shouldn't have cut my camera off.
So is there anything wrong with what you did?
Like I said, I probably shouldn't have cut my camera off. Did it change the outcome or anything? Was there any foul play? No, sir.
Move to strike that as non-responsive. Are cops allowed to just turn off their body cameras whenever they want?
Not during a case, sir. Not during an incident where I'm dealing with the suspect or, well, suspect. There'd have to be something pretty major to cut it off like that. Well, when I'm dealing face to face with a suspect.
And there are rules against doing that, in fact, aren't there? There are rules against cutting off your body camera whenever you want.
We have a policy, yes, sir.
Don't you think that the jury in this case deserves to hear what you said during those approximately 2 minutes that your camera's off while you're standing next to Officer Abad?
Objection. Okay, you can answer.
What I said wasn't to Mr. Griffin. Mr. Griffin was not there, so I don't think it would have made or break anything. Like I said, there was no foul play, so I don't think so.
After the incident on April 5th, did you speak with Officer Abad about what happened? At any time?
Yes, sir. I'm sure.
On how many occasions did you speak with Officer Abad about this case?
I couldn't even give you a ballpark. I don't know. We spoke several times.
Several times. Did either of you speculate? Oh, I didn't realize you weren't through. You can finish.
Oh, I was just gonna say we really didn't speak on it until we probably spoke on it maybe, just when people were around, hey, this is what we did last night or whatever. But that was pretty much dropped. And then probably, a few months later when we found out there was a complaint, it probably brought things back up again. But that's it.
Did either of you speculate that Mr. Griffin might make a complaint?
Objection, but you can answer if you know.
We didn't know. We didn't know. We didn't.
Did either of you have, or I'll ask just for you, did you speculate that Mr. Griffin might make a complaint?
Can't really recall. I don't think it's speculating. Maybe a thought going through your head. That happens on a lot of cases.
Sure.
So I mean, the better you answer, I can't recall.
That's fair. Were you surprised to learn that Mr. Griffin had in fact filed a complaint?
I think when we found out, yeah, we were.
Did you ever send text messages to ABAT about what happened with Mr. Griffin?
Not that I know of.
Do you and ABAT ever communicate through text message socially?
Me and him, very rarely. I think we usually just call one another.
So there are no text messages out there in which the two of you are discussing this case.
Not that I know of.
Did you meet with ABAT at any time before the OPS interviews to talk about what happened on April 5th?
I think we bumped each other in headquarters, a few weeks ago. But we were just passing each other in the hall, whatever, saying hey to each other. We've never planned to say, hey, let's meet and let's talk about this or discuss this. No.
And so just to clarify, I'm talking about the OPS interviews. So the internal affairs investigation about Tyler's complaint. Before you were interviewed by Investigator Nixon, sorry, let me just strike that. That was a terrible question. So my question is specifically before your OPS interviews with Investigator Nixon, did either of you get together, you being ABAD, get together to talk about this case before the interview?
Okay, so when it was going through Internal Affairs OPS, we were still working side by side with each other. So I'm sure we talked about it a little bit.
At any point did you talk to each other about what you would say to Investigator Nixon?
I mean, I can't recall everything that was said. I mean, I think it would be natural for us to kind of give a little, speculation of what questions they would ask us or whatever, but I don't think, I can't really recall.
Did you and ABAD practice how you would answer certain questions that you'd talked about?
No, sir. We never practiced or rehearsed or anything like that. Not that I can recall.
At any time did you ask ABAD to testify a certain way?
No, sir.
At any time did ABAD ask you to testify a certain way?
No, sir.
I want to ask you a few questions about the police report in this case. Sir, can you see Plaintiff's Exhibit 48 on your screen?
I can.
All right, I'm going to flip down here. Narrative. Do you see where the police report says Mr. Griffin, quote, was having difficulty maintaining balance on his own as he was leaning onto Abad's arm that was holding his shirt to assist him in balancing?
Yes, sir, I see it.
And we watched a video of that occurrence today, didn't we?
Yes, sir.
And you testified that Mr. Griffin had no trouble maintaining his balance, didn't you?
No, I didn't say he had trouble maintaining his balance. I said he was standing. He did have his arm up on the door. It doesn't take much leverage to hold yourself up to keep yourself from falling when you're holding onto a car or door. Mr. Griffin was doing it with me and the other officer when we had him standing.
I didn't see Mr. Griffin holding Abad's arm for balance. Did you?
I don't recall him holding Abad's arm for balance.
And so that part of the police report is false, isn't it?
Objection. So you can't answer if you know.
I'm not Abad. I didn't write the report. Mr. Griffin was holding himself up. Abad didn't go back and look at the video after the arrest. So he was going off his own memory and his own, what he recalled.
Sir, so that part of the police report is not true, right?
Objection, but you can answer if you know.
It's not true as far as, from what I could tell, he wasn't leaning into Abad's arm, but he was using the door and the car for balance.
Let's look at the video again. I'll show you Plaintiff's Exhibit 1.3.
What are you doing, man?
What do you mean, what am I doing?
Tell me, what are you doing?
Wait a minute, hold on. Don't grab me like that.
Where in Plaintiff's Exhibit 1.3 did you see Mr. Griffin hold Abad for balance?
Like I said, I didn't recall seeing Mr. Griffin holding Abad's arm for balance.
You didn't do that. So my question to you then is how can we trust anything that Abad says if he's willing to lie in a police report?
Objection. Yeah, I'm going to instruct you not to answer that.
On what basis are you going to instruct him not to answer that? Is this attorney-client privileged information? Because that's the only legitimate basis for you to do so.
The question was whether Abad was lying in the police report and why could we trust that? Is that the question?
The question was, how can we trust Abad, anything Abad says if he's willing to lie in a police report?
Okay, I'll take that objection back. I will draw that objection. Go ahead. You can answer if you know. Officer Vickers, SPO Vickers.
Just so
like I said,
so we have a clean record, I'm going to ask that question one more time. And the question is, how can we trust anything Abad says if he's willing to lie in a police report?
there's a big difference between lying and going off what you recall. Like I said, I could see Mr. Griffin using the car to hold himself up his balance. Abad probably remembers it a little differently. I don't see how you can just, I think you can tell the difference between a blatant lie and going off memory, what Abad recalled.
All right. Were you investigated by the Office of Professional Standards for the way that you treated Mr. Griffin?
Yes, sir, I was.
Were you investigated for the use of excessive force?
Yes, sir.
What was the finding of that investigation?
The case is still open as far as I know.
The OPS is open as far as you know?
Yeah, they haven't got back to me on the whole findings and of the use of force.
So no one has spoken to you about the investigative findings of the use of force and the other allegations concerning Mr. Griffin?
Yes, sir. I haven't signed anything on the use of force. Or other allegations as far as that. The only thing I've received was a body worn camera. That's the only thing I've been informed about.
Well, I guess let me ask you this. Do you think that you should be sustained on your allegation of excessive force?
Absolutely.
You absolutely think it should be sustained?
Yes, sir.
Let's go through some of the investigative papers. All right, I'm going to show you Plaintiff's Exhibit 42. If I can find it. All right. So we're going to go to the first page of Plaintiff's Exhibit 42. So the first page of this exhibit shows the investigation disposition for each of the claims that were brought against you, correct?
That's correct.
Do you see, first it says that you were exonerated for maltreatment or unnecessary force?
I think this is the first time I've seen this. If you don't mind, just give me a sec.
Yeah, of course, of course.
Okay, I'm sorry. At first, when I was reading it, it looked like something different. Go ahead, sir.
Do you agree with that finding?
With not sustained?
With exonerated.
Yes, sir.
Have you heard the testimony of any of the other police officers in this case?
No, sir.
So you haven't heard Investigator Nixon's testimony on behalf of the city of Atlanta that the force that you used was excessive?
No, sir. I haven't heard that.
All right, I'm gonna pull up a little exhibit here. Can you see what appears to be the cover page of 30B6 deposition of Arthur Nixon?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm gonna scroll down here. And do you see the highlighted text where it says, "Do you think there's anything wrong with the way that defendant Vickers acted in Plaintiff's Exhibit 1.2?" And then Investigator Nixon responds, "Yes." Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
And then the next question, Ms. Nair raised an objection, so I'm going to omit that from what I read to you, but let the record show that it is there. And then I asked Investigator Nixon, do you think that defendant Vickers was justified in his use of force? To which he responds, again, I would have handled it differently. I wouldn't have tackled someone like that for a swiping of the hand. So I would not have tackled. Do you see that?
I do.
What do you think about that?
I don't know what he's experienced or anything like that. I mean, he wasn't there. I was. I saw a threat and I handled it.
Have you heard SPO Fight's testimony, your own use of force instructor that was on behalf of the city of Atlanta, that the force that you used against Mr. Griffin was excessive?
No, sir.
Can you now see what appears to be the cover page of a 30B6 deposition of Patrick Fight?
Yes, sir. I can see that.
You see where it says, and it's on 2 pages, so I have to scroll, but do you see where it says, so I'm going to ask the question again. That was an answer, but I don't think it answered my question. And that's based on what you saw, Mr. Fight. Was the use of force justified in the video? And then Mr. Fight responds, or the SBO Fight responds, from what I saw, I wouldn't think so, end quote. Do you see that?
Okay.
And you see that
I see it.
you see that there is no objection by the city of Atlanta for this bit of testimony, correct?
I see that.
That's on behalf of the city of Atlanta in this case, right?
Objection, but you can answer
I'm
if
sorry,
you
I
know.
didn't hear your question.
I'll withdraw that.
I didn't hear the question. All I heard was,
It's fine. I'll withdraw it. It is binding, so it doesn't matter. Well, let me just ask you, Officer Vickers, what do you think about that testimony?
once again, that's how he would handle. That's what he saw. I was there. I saw and felt the threat, and I handled it.
You did testify that SPO Fight was your instructor for use of force, didn't you?
That's correct.
So do you think the jury should listen to what SPO Fight has to say about the way that you acted?
That's up to the jury.
Do you have any idea why you were exonerated on the use of excessive force if 2 senior ranking officials, including the person who investigated you, thought the force that you used was excessive?
Objection, but you can answer that question.
Once again, I don't know what they were feeling or what they were thinking, but as far as exonerating, there was a threat. I felt the threat. There was a danger, and I took care of it.
Isn't it because the use of excessive force is tolerated by the City of Atlanta Police Department?
Objection, but you can answer if you know.
I think the City of Atlanta does a good job on treating everybody fairly.
All right, let's go back to Plaintiff's Exhibit 42. Do you see next where it says that you were sustained for violating the rule on reporting when force was used?
Yes, sir, I see that.
Do you agree with that finding?
That's their policy. This is the first time I've seen of it. I'm not running a judgment on it. I can see that a report definitely wouldn't hurt.
So what we're looking at here, this sustained finding, that means that you failed to report the use of force against Mr. Griffin, doesn't it?
No, I don't think it says I failed to report the use of force. We notified a supervisor of the incident.
Well, then why were you sustained for failing to report force when it's required?
Because I didn't do a written report.
Next, it says that you were sustained for an unsatisfactory performance. Do you see that?
I do see that, sir.
What do you agree with that finding, that you performed unsatisfactorily?
Like I said, this is the first time I've seen all this. I'd like to see what parts. But I can't give you a definite answer on that right now.
Well, do you agree that your performance in the videos that we've watched was not satisfactory?
I can't answer that right now.
Why not?
I haven't evaluated it. I don't, when they say unsatisfactory, I don't know which parts they're talking about.
All right, that's fair. We'll get into that. Next, it says that there was a sustained finding for failing to conform to directives. The conformance to directives work rule. Do you see that?
I do see that one.
And that violation was about your conduct regarding the body cam in Tyler Griffin. Is that right?
That's correct, sir.
Do you agree with that finding, that sustained finding?
I do, sir.
And then finally, it says you're sustained for violating the rule about appropriate action that is required. Do you see that one?
I do see that one.
And does that relate to your failure to call for medical attention for Mr. Griffin?
It could. I don't. Like I said, I can't agree to it because I don't know which part they're talking about.
Okay. So based on what we're looking at here, you were found to have violated all of the rules that you were accused of violating, except for the use of force, correct?
That's correct.
Do you understand that to mean that the city of Atlanta supports and condones the force that you did use against Mr. Griffin?
Objection, but you can answer.
I do. I believe they looked into it. They obviously did an investigation. They're accusing me of all this other stuff. I think after doing the investigation, they can see that once Mr. Griffin was no longer a danger or a threat, his well-being was a concern of mine.
All right, we're going to flip over to page 3. All right, do you see the highlighted text that says SPO Vickers did not relay pertinent information to his supervisor, nor in writing concerning the tackling of an injury sustained by Mr. Griffin?
I do see that.
Why didn't you tell your supervisor about the force that you used on Mr. Griffin?
That was mentioned. I think because it was done over air, over radio. At that time, when I was dealing with that, the supervisors and the zone was going through a lot. I may have not made myself clear.
So, is it your testimony that you think Plaintiff's Exhibit 42, which is an OPS document, is incorrect?
Do I think it's if if no supervisor was aware of it, I guess I didn't make myself clear. That's all I can say.
Did you know that you were supposed to tell your supervisor when you use force in the field?
Yes, sir.
So is it fair to say then that you chose not to tell your supervisor?
No, sir. That's not fair.
Flip to page 4. Do you see the highlighted text? And I'm gonna for the record, I'm gonna omit the parenthetical. Do you see the highlighted text that says SPO Vickers multiple failures during this incident as indicated place him in clear violation of ADP SOP 2010 work rules 4.2.37?
Yes, sir.
Did you know at the time that you were supposed to call an ambulance for Mr. Griffin?
Yes, sir. At that time, it was my goal to get Mr. Griffin to the hospital as soon as possible and get him the care he needed. And I knew that we could get him there quicker than the great EMS units could arrive. And, you know, it was raining and stuff. I guess, you know, I should have took the extra time and had Mr. Griffin sit out there and wait, if that's what they're saying.
Do you see the highlighted text that says SPO Vickers' body-worn camera was not activated at the onset of this call for service and did not start recording until he had already made the tackle of Griffin and was on the ground with him?
Yes, sir, I see that.
And you told Investigator Nixon that there was a problem with your camera.
Yes, sir.
No, I guess we already looked at this, but I'm going to go through it again.
I told him that I had problems with my camera. I don't know.
Sorry, what?
I told him I was having problems with the camera. Now, as far as that incident, like I said, you're asking me about it now. I don't know if that was a malfunction or if that was a user error.
But do you understand what this text to mean in this OPS document, that it was not a malfunction, that it was in fact a user error, you being the user?
Okay, once again, that just shows if the camera's been switched on or off. That doesn't mean that the button's loose, and it doesn't mean that it didn't accidentally get switched off. And I don't work for that unit. I don't know the diagnostics that they do on the camera. I mean, I see when you do an audit, I can see that. But other than just using the camera and able to see the audit, what it tells you to do, I don't know what all it can pick up and what it can't pick up as far as errors.
Well, did you?
I mean, I had the camera before then had a screw that came out of it.
Did you appeal this finding?
You want me to finish?
Or you're still speaking?
Actually, that just came down to me, and no, it came down. I signed it. We have a new camera now, and to be honest, I'm over. But I signed it. Because there's no way for me to prove what happened that day, so I gave them my story, and they stuck to their guns, and that's all that can be done. But like I mentioned before, one of the cameras I turned in had a screw that was coming out of it. The audit doesn't pull that up. The audit doesn't show, hey, camera's missing a screw.
Well, how do you know that?
They showed me the audits. It just shows you when the camera was activated, when it was recording, what it recorded, and when it was turned off and on.
What was your punishment for everything that you did to Mr. Griffin?
Like I said, I haven't signed anything yet, so I don't know.
You haven't been suspended for this?
The camera, I just got that. I will be suspended for that.
So when I say what is your punishment for everything you did to Mr. Griffin, I mean everything we just went through in Plaintiff's Exhibit 42, not necessarily the excessive force. So have you been informed of what your punishment will be for all of the rule violations?
Not at this time, I have not. At this time, I have not.
But how are you aware that you will be suspended?
Only for the body camera. Only for the body camera. That's a separate unit. They handle the body camera unit. From what I'm told, they deal with just the body camera issues and policy. So they just finished their findings, and I met with them last week. I believe it was last week. Whatever the 15th was. Yeah, it was last week.
All right. Have you seen Plaintiff's Exhibit 45 before?
No, I don't think I've seen this.
I'm going to go through a few of these things anyway. So do you see where it says there's this category that says rule? Do you see where it says rule 4.2.51?
I do.
And as we know, that was for failing to report the use of force, correct?
Yeah, I'd have to look back to make sure it matched, but I assume so.
And then we have the recommended action, and it says OA, oral admonishment.
Okay.
I'm asking you, is that what you understand that to mean?
I believe so. Forgive me, this is my first time seeing this. I don't even think I've ever seen a form before, so this is my first time looking at it. But that, yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what that means.
Well, what happens typically during an oral admonishment?
This is just my understanding that an oral will be given, oral reprimand, within a reckoning period. Happens again, it goes up to a category higher, and so on.
Sorry. Is an oral admonishment really that big of a deal?
It can be, yes, sir.
Well, how many times have you received an oral admonishment in your career as an Atlanta police officer?
That I don't know, but I can guarantee you it's not for the same thing.
Sure, I'm just asking generally.
That I don't know, sir. I couldn't even give you a ballpark. I apologize.
Would it be is that because there are too many oral admonishments to remember?
No, it's probably only a couple. I just couldn't give you an accurate number.
Okay. Do you see where underneath that rule it says rule 4.2.37?
I do.
And that's the rule for failing to transport someone to the hospital by ambulance. And for that, it looks like you got a WR. Do you see that?
Yeah, I see that.
And WR, my understanding is a written reprimand. Is that your understanding?
Yes, sir.
And is a written reprimand sort of on the scale of police punishment? Is that just sort of like a little more serious than an oral admonishment?
It's more serious. Yes, sir.
For a written reprimand, do they essentially just give you a letter that says, don't do that again?
No, sir. It sits in your file. And you have a reckoning period or a probation period that for the same violation in that category or a category violation in that SOP, your punishment is a lot harsher.
Are you
It's not
given?
like you're just going to be written up again.
So are you given, when you receive a written reprimand, do you personally receive a copy of it?
Yes, sir.
Are you writing something right now, sir?
I'm just writing the rules and like I said, this is new to me, so I'm just writing that.
I see.
Would you like to see it? Scrabble.
Not at this time. Thank you. So I guess for this rule,
I'll tell you what.
yes. Do you need to take a break?
No. I don't need to take a break. I was done. I was just writing the 1, 2, 3, 4 categories there.
I see. So my question then is, the rule that we just looked at with the failing to transport Mr. Griffin by ambulance, that was the second one, and you are given a written reprimand for it. So my question is, so APD shoves a man with a broken ankle into the back of a wagon, and all they do is write you a letter.
Objection.
Is that right?
You can answer if you know.
All I heard was a little bit of static and then objection. The connection was lost.
Sure, I'll repeat it. So APD shoves a man with a broken ankle into the back of a wagon, and all they do is write you a letter. Is that right?
Objection.
That's not right. What does this mean then?
Nobody was shoved.
And then so here we have rule 4.2.33, and that was for failing to activate the body camera, right?
That's correct.
And for that, it looks like there was a recommended suspension of 3 days. Do you see that?
That's correct. I do see that.
How many days were you actually given for that suspension?
3 days.
They didn't reduce it down to 2 days?
No, sir.
Would you say that of the things that you were found of the sustained findings, that the failure to activate the body camera is the most serious offense?
Out of all these, I'm sorry, just to be clear, can you repeat that?
Yeah. So of the rule violations for which you were sustained, would it be fair to say that the failure to activate the body camera is the most serious?
It's the most severe punishment.
And would you agree that the reason that punishment is the most severe is because body camera is really important to a case like this?
Yes, sir. I think that's fair to agree to.
And body camera footage is generally more reliable than a police officer's testimony, isn't it?
No, sir.
You don't think that body camera that's video footage showing an actual event is more reliable than someone's verbal testimony?
I think they both have their pros and cons.
And do you see where it says Rule 4.1.1?
I do, sir.
And that was for your verbal abuse of Mr. Griffin, wasn't it?
I'm assuming so. Like I said, I don't know.
And for your verbal abuse of Mr. Griffin, you were given an oral admonishment, right?
It appears that.
In this worksheet, there's no punishment for the force that you used on Mr. Griffin, right?
That's correct.
So would you agree then that what that means is that an Atlanta police officer can do what you did to Mr. Griffin and get away with it so long as they activate their body camera, they tell their supervisor, and call an ambulance?
As long as they're in the code of law, yes, sir.
Do you think that you were appropriately punished for everything you did to Mr. Griffin?
Not, this is, like I said, this is the first time I'm going through all this. I'd like to read it over before I give a complete answer on that.
Okay, that's fair. How many times have you been investigated by OPS?
A few times. I can't count the number. I mean, I can't give you an exact number. I don't know. Ballpark figure. I want to say somewhere around 3 to 5, maybe.
And of those OPS investigations, how many of them were for the use of force?
That I don't know.
It was more than one though, right?
That's correct.
Let's talk about Ricky Usher. Do you recall an OPS investigation into one of your interactions with a man named Ricky Usher?
I do.
What happened with Mr. Usher?
You want the whole incident?
You can give me an abbreviated version, just beginning with his allegations of excessive force, or whatever you want to.
The complaint came, that was my second time dealing with Ricky Usher on the same violation. It was a city charge at the time. I don't remember exactly what the charge was, but he pretty much told me he wasn't going to go to jail. I ended up having to use my OC spray on him. To give you an idea how big Ricky Usher is, he's a lot taller than I am, and outweighs me about 100 pounds. While I was trying to get him detained, I sprayed him. He had a female friend, I want to say it was his girlfriend, came from behind me and pushed me at the same time. She tried again, but I sprayed in her direction and she stayed away from the spray, and that kept her away from me in time to take Mr. Usher to the ground. While Mr. Usher was in handcuffs and I was trying to get him to a car, he was able to use his back to throw me up against the the back and top of a police car. As I came down on the ground, I grabbed his feet, and when his feet went out from under him, he hit the ground, and I was able to struggle to get him into the back of a patrol car, and he was transported to, I think he went to straight to jail. I don't think he had any injuries. I think he went straight to jail. I can't remember that part. We went to court on it. Took the judge about anywhere from 10 to 20 minutes to say that he was tired of hearing Ricky and his girlfriend's lies. The judge straight up said he had had enough, and he charged them both with guilty, and even fined the female, who I did not charge. It took OPS quite a while to close out the case. And fast forward some years later, I meet Ricky Usher outside of, he's outside of, outside, I was working at a shelter, a warming shelter for the city. Ricky Usher just happened to be working for the city too. He came up to me and told me that he's working for the city now and he's not what he used to be. Whether that was true or not, I don't know, but that's the story.
All right.
And I was given non-sustained on that.
Did you use your foot to push Mr. Usher into the vehicle after he was already handcuffed?
That was one of the things that his complaints were, that I used my foot. I believe he accused me of kicking him in the head. That was a pretty big struggle, and I didn't want the fact that my foot may have touched his head, even though it may not have been a kick. I didn't want people to perceive it as a kick. So for there, I couldn't recall. Did I use my foot to shove Ricky in the back of a patrol car? If that's what it took, I don't know.
All right. Can you see Plaintiff's Exhibit 53 on your screen?
Yes, I can.
Have you ever seen this document before?
That I don't know. Is this from Ricky?
Yes.
No, I have not seen this document. I was informed by the chief at the time, the deputy chief, that it was going to be not sustained.
Do you see where it says that you were sustained for use of unnecessary force?
I see it now.
I take it you disagree with that finding.
100%.
All right. Can you see Plaintiff's Exhibit 54 on your screen?
Yes, sir, I can.
So this at least includes the witness statements from the investigation. I want to ask you about a few things in here. Go to the second page. All right, do you see? Let me. You see that highlighted text that says, Miss Williams and Officer Vickers told Mr. Usher, "Hey, motherfucker, come here. I'm talking to you." Miss Williams said Officer Vickers repeated this statement twice and then grabbed Mr. Usher from behind and started choking him. Did I read that correctly?
I see the statement. Yes, sir.
Did you, in fact, say, quote, "Hey, motherfucker, come here," end quote, to Mr. Usher?
That I can't recall. I can tell you that I can't recall.
Let me ask you this: is that an appropriate way for a police officer to speak to a citizen?
If you are a criminal and certain ma'am is not working, but then all of a sudden I use those words and it works, I think it's appropriate.
All right. Do you see the highlighted text that says, "Mr. Usher said without any warning, even though he did state that Officer Vickers told him to stop, Officer Vickers came up behind him and tried to put him in a chokehold. However, he was able to shake Officer Vickers off of him."
Yes, sir, I see that.
Is that a true statement?
No, sir, and it doesn't make sense.
All right. Do you see where it says that you said, quote, "Get up, you fat black piece of shit, and get in the car," end quote?
Yes, sir, I see that.
Did you in fact say those words?
Absolutely not.
Why do you think Mr. Usher said that you said that?
Because at the time, I guess he was a no good person. And the reason I can call it is because I remember that was one of the allegations that he had against me with the internal affairs. And I remember he went to court with that same allegation. And it stuck with me for a while.
Do you see where it says Officer Vickers kicked him approximately 4 or 5 times on both his right and left side, and then the left side of his chest and back, causing soreness in his ribs, end quote?
Yes, I see that.
Is that true?
That's absolutely false. If in fact my foot ever made contact with Ricky, it was never more than once.
Sir, can you see Plaintiff's Exhibit 52 on your screen?
Yes, sir, I can.
Now, have you ever seen Plaintiff's Exhibit 52?
Don't believe so. Is this still regarding Ricky Usher?
It is.
You can see the plaintiff is. No, sir, I don't recall ever seeing this.
Does it appear that Plaintiff's Exhibit 52 is a document recommending that you be suspended for 5 days for your use of excessive force?
Yes, sir, it says that.
And were you in fact suspended after the investigation into Mr. Usher's complaints?
No, sir, I was not.
So you were not suspended for any period of time after Mr. Usher complained that you used excessive force against him?
No, sir, I was not suspended.
Okay. ever seen Plaintiff's Exhibit 58 before? And this is an internal memo requesting that the final disposition be changed from sustained to not sustained regarding Ricky Usher.
Okay, I don't recall this letter, but the sustained to not sustained sounds more familiar to me.
Is it normal for a deputy chief or any other employee of the city of Atlanta to change the final disposition after an OPS investigation?
Objection, but you can answer if you don't.
That I don't know, sir. I really don't.
Have you ever heard of something like that before?
I mean, what comes from OPS is my understanding that's a proposed action. It's up to the chief to actually hand it out or not.
Do you have any idea why the deputy chief changed your disposition from sustained to not sustained?
I guess through further investigation, it was determined that I didn't do it, that the allegations were false.
Do you know that, or are you guessing?
Well, I met with the deputy chief, and we discussed it, and it was it.
So you're friendly with Deputy Chief Finley?
Objection,
No.
But you can answer.
I worked underneath him, sir.
Have you ever grabbed a beer with Deputy Chief Finley?
I've never seen him outside. If I saw him outside work, it's because I lived in the same zone that I worked. But we never went out and hung out together.
Did you ever thank him for changing the disposition from sustained to not sustained?
In a roundabout way, I did say thank you. However, I was actually hoping for exonerated.
What was this? You said you spoke to Deputy Chief Finley about the investigation. What was that? Tell me about that conversation.
Well, OPS did. They handled, I guess, the complaint, and then they forwarded it up to the chief, and I had to go meet with the chief to because they were issuing out 5 days, and only the chief can do that. And there was a statement that was given that was supposed to be my statement, but luckily I had the original statement in hand. It was not the correct statement. I don't know what the means was behind it or whatever, but I gave my original statement, my actions, and determine his finding.
Okay. Do you recall? And we've been going for a while now. Are you okay to keep going? Does anyone need a restroom break or anything?
I'm fine to keep going if SPL Vickers is.
You're good to go. All right. Well, let's keep going. All righty. Sir, do you recall an incident in which you aimed an assault rifle at several young men at the Underground Atlanta?
I remember pulling out an assault rifle in Underground Atlanta. I never aimed it at anybody.
What happened there?
I was out of work due to an injury, a shattered elbow, due to work-related causes. My girlfriend at the time, who is now my wife, was working at the Underground. Like I said, I worked and lived in the same zone. Underground was real close to it. So instead of her paying for parking, I told her I'd pick her up after work. Well, I fell asleep. Didn't hear the phone go off. Woke up late. Rushed out the door, grabbed my keys, my badge, and the jeans that I was wearing. And I ran out the door to go get her. It's only a few blocks away. As I was going to Underground Atlanta, there's a turnabout. I was witnessing 4 security guards, unarmed, pushing and shoving 3 other guys. After they shoved the guys and pushed the guys off the property, or at least out of the hangout area where everybody was, partying and drinking and stuff, the 3 guys started making threats, and one security guard who was unarmed told the guys, "Hey, go get your guns, whatever. I'll be right here." Well, 2 of the guys stay. They tell another guy, "Go get the guns." One guy acts like he's leaving. I reached down for my phone, realized I didn't have my phone. The security guards can see me the way I'm positioned, but the 3 guys cannot. I put my badge up at the window or put it around my neck so they can see through the window. I tap it. They give me a nod. I get out. I go to my trunk. I grab my rifle with one hand, turn the light on so it lights the rifle up so that they can see it, and told the guys, "Hey," once I got the 3 guys' attention, I told them, "Look, I don't want anything. Just leave. Don't come back. Just leave. Just leave." They took off. I walked to the security guards. I asked them if they could, I made sure they were all right. And I said, "Hey, can you just walk to me to the bar that my girlfriend works at?" Because I know how it looks. You can't see the badge. All you see is a white t-shirt and jeans. And they were like, "Sure." So one of them walked with me. When I got down there was nobody at the front. So I had to leave, go back home. I grabbed my phone, and that's when I made the phone call to my girlfriend. And she had already started walking. I went to pick her up. And at that time, I was friendly with the cops around. They knew my car and stuff, and they didn't realize it was me. I got pulled over. We all talked about it. And then one brand new lieutenant decided to take it further. And he tried to put charges on me.
Were you arrested?
Those charges never made it. He tried to arrest me. It's what he did was completely wrong. To put a reckless conduct charge on somebody, you have to arrest them. You have to make a physical arrest. I'm a reckless conduct person. You got to lock me up. You got to take me to jail. Well, after spending all night letting them draw my blood and give it a urine test to make sure I wasn't drinking and everything, they didn't even get a statement from me. He finally decided that he was going to put charges on me. And so he wrote a ticket. He said, "Don't worry, I'm not taking you to jail." And I told him, "You have to." Well, that ticket, long story short, another officer knew that it wasn't going to work either. So he forced an officer to take the ticket to jail. Here it is. I'm thinking I'm going to have to see myself in court to plead on this case. And the courts never accepted it. The jail never accepted the ticket or anything. I paid for a lawyer I didn't need. I never saw the inside of the jail. I never saw the inside of a courtroom. And then it was later determined that the only thing that they could get me on was the fact that because I put the badge around my neck, it identified myself as a police officer. And at that time, I was not rifle certified. So I broke a policy. And they gave me, I don't remember what the punishment was for that.
All right. Well, thank you. At any point did you chamber around into the rifle?
No, I did not chamber around. That was brought up several times. The AR-15 has a charging handle that you use to chamber around. When I pulled the rifle and I pointed it up to the sky, the charging handle fell down. It came unstuck, and I popped it back up in place. I guess somebody thought I chambered around. Even still, no crime committed. But it didn't happen.
Did you verbally identify yourself as a police officer to anyone?
No, the security guards knew me. They knew my girlfriend. I didn't know they knew me. When I put the badge around and I tapped it so that they could see it and, show that, hey, I'm a friendly, I'm a police. They saw the badge, they knew who I was. And I later found out one of them did actually know.
But after this ordeal, did you then walk through underground Atlanta with a assault rifle in your hand?
There is a passage that you use to get to the bar. I walked through that passage. This is when most of the bars are closed. There's only a few people out. I tried not to make a big scene, but once I got to the window where the bar is, the bar front, I could see that there was nobody in the front, and I didn't want to bang on the glass to cause a more disturbance. That's when I turned around and said, hey, I'll just go back and get my phone. And that's what I did.
Officer Vickers, can you see Plaintiff's Exhibit 56 on your screen?
I can.
And this Plaintiff's Exhibit 56 shows that you were suspended for 3 days as a result of the Underground Atlanta incident. Is that right?
I don't think I was suspended 3 days.
How long were you suspended?
I can't recall, but I don't think I got suspended 3 days.
Other than
the conduct was dropped.
I see. Other than Tyler Griffin and Ricky Usher, have there been any other complaints against you for the use of excessive force?
One that I can call, and I don't know the guy's name. He did not complain on me. A third-party person did. And that's going to the Civilian Review Board right now. No investigation was done on that case.
Okay. All right. Let's take a quick break and reconvene at 2:10.
Okay.
All righty. Thank you all. And just to give you an idea, I think that will likely be done by 3. All right.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
We're back on the record.
Okay, great. Thank you. All righty. Can you see Plaintiff's Exhibit 52 on your screen?
Yes, sir, I can.
Okay, great. I just want we can probably make this pretty quick. I just want to know basically what you remember about each of these incidents. So I guess we'll just go through them one at a time. Let me pull it up so you can see it better. What do you see the first citizen complaint that is listed on the disciplinary history?
Yes, sir, I do.
What was that about?
I see the date, but I could not tell you what complaint that is. I don't. I have no idea.
Do you see the second complaint, the internal complaint?
Yeah, I see the internal.
It looks like there was just regarding absence, like an absence from duty, meaning like you missed a day of work or something.
Yes, sir. With just the dates, I don't know if you can tell. It's hard for me to remember last week. I'm sorry. With just the dates alone, it's going to be hard for me to explain any of this.
Okay, that's fair. You know what? We'll skip this part. Does the names Tyler and Ashley Toomer mean anything to you?
Tyler and Ashley
Toomer, Toomer.
I don't know why. I kind of recognize the name, but I don't know why.
Okay. So I'm going to pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 57. Can you see that on your screen?
Yes, I see 57.
So if you'll see at the bottom, Plaintiff's Exhibit 57 is an email from the Atlanta Citizens Review Board investigating an allegation of misconduct. Do you see that highlighted text?
Yes, sir, I do.
So can you tell me what is this? What's this incident on August 6, 2016?
Okay, this one I recall, I believe this is one I've been waiting on for a while now. I believe it's Tyler. I'm not sure was a male suspect at the time. He was at a gas station. He tore the gas station apart, tore the parking lot a lot. He dumped all the trash that was in the parking lot out of the trash cans and everything because the store clerk wouldn't give him some money or let him in the store. He then busted out the store clerk's window, and in the process, he cut his arm somewhere. I can't remember where, but he cut his arm. Nothing severe, but it was bleeding. I arrived. He was still on the scene. Didn't understand exactly what was going on. I detained him. The store clerk came out to me and said, "Look, man, you got to help me out, but I don't want to prosecute." I'm like, "Well, I can't just charge him if you're not going to prosecute." And I was like, "Well, I got to run him anyway to see who I'm dealing with." Just so happened when I ran him, he came back with a warrant. I said, "Look, you don't want to prosecute, I'll just take him in on the warrant." I don't remember what the warrant was for, but because he was bleeding, like I said, it wasn't nothing big. He didn't want to go to the hospital. I was like, but I knew the jails weren't going to take him with him bleeding a little bit. So I took him to Grady. While at Grady, he started acting out, got using a lot of profanity towards the nurses, got a thing against females. He kept claiming he was some kind of big old original gangster rapper or whatever. And he was just making a big old scene to the point where the nurse is supposed to check him in and get his vitals and stuff. She's like, "I can't even deal with him. Just take him straight to the back." So I took him to the back to the corrections area where they detain all the people at Grady. While back there, he encountered some more females, and I was holding his arm because he was intoxicated. I was holding his arm, walking him per policy, had hands on the suspect, well, he pushed his shoulder away from me and then pulled it back into me, knocking my body camera off, shoving me a little bit. He's a little guy. It didn't do much damage to me, but it knocked my camera on the ground. I realized, he's going to continue to mess up. They pointed to the door I needed to take him to. The door is one of those push doors. It's got the bar in the middle. You push it, and it's supposed to open up. Well, I didn't know that it was locked. So, I grab him up, and we're marching to the door, and we both hit the door, but because he's so light and drunk, he falls on the ground. He's not hurt, but he starts apologizing. I'm sorry. And I told him, "Hey, all right, no worries. I got you at the hospital. You're hurt." He goes, "No, I'm sorry. I told him fresh start. I said, let me get you up." I got him up. We put him back there so that he could get treatment for his little cut and sober up. While I was back there, a couple corrections officers came to me and said, "Look, make sure you do a report. We got a lady down at the end. She hates law enforcement. She's complaining on everybody here. She's going to make a complaint." I said, "No worries. Thank you." Grady has cameras. All that was on video. I pulled my head out the door, and sure enough, I looked at the lady, and it appeared to me she was burning a hole through me. So I made sure to go do a report, let a supervisor know and everything. I had a doctor on the scene who was shaking his head yes at me like, "No problem." He said he's not hurt, A few days later, that lady did complain. Well, I don't know when she complained, but it came back to me a few days later. Went to Internal Affairs, and I said, okay, well, go pull the cameras up, go speak to all the witnesses. She claimed that I knocked the guy out, that I rammed him into the door, knocking him unconscious, and that was it.
Sure.
There was no doctor that revived him. No.
Officer Vickers, I think we may be confusing two different events, but this is the one that you just described. So I'm going to pull up. If you'll give me just a minute here. Oh. Can you see Plaintiff's Exhibit A on your screen?
I can.
So this is and we'll go through some of this stuff. This is about 60 pages of documents that the city produced to us last night. A few hours before your deposition. And so all these documents relate to Willie Thurman, who I believe is the individual that you have been talking about.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I was talking about.
So we'll go. I've got some follow-up questions on that, and we'll go through those, and then we'll go back to the other one since you already started talking about it. So obviously you recall the incident. You told me what happened. When Mr. Thurman ran into the door, or was pushed into the door, however you want to call it, was he handcuffed?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm going to flip to page 8 in this document. So we're looking at page 8 of Plaintiff's Exhibit A, which appears to be a notice of final adverse action, suggesting a 2-day suspension. Do you agree with that?
Oh, I disagree. I'm fighting that.
Oh, I'm sorry. I mean, is that what this document appears to be?
Yeah, yes, that's the document. Yes.
And so, as I understand it, you have not, in fact, been suspended for this alleged violation.
No, I was suspended. The chief at the time over our unit, even though there was no investigation done, by the time they did an investigation, the camera feed they waited way past 14 days to go do any kind of pickup of the surveillance. They didn't talk to any witnesses. They didn't get statements for anybody. He said, just go ahead and give them the 2 days and let me fight it in the civilian review.
Okay,
work.
so you were found to have used excessive force and suspended for that. Is that right?
Yes.
And then you're in the process of fighting it on the back end. Is that correct? That's correct.
That's correct.
Look at page 14. So this is another what appears to be another final adverse action related to the same incident, but it says not sustained. Have you ever seen this?
I don't think so, sir.
So you don't have any idea which of the ones that we just looked at is the actual final notice?
And what I'm thinking is Internal Affairs, OPS, they sent it up as not sustained, but when it hit the chief's desk, he changed it.
I see. All right, I'm going to flip to page 19 here. Do you see the highlighted text on this document, which is Bates label 001059, that says, quote, after reviewing the above mentioned OPS investigative file involving Officer Vickers, I do not agree with the sustaining of work rule 4.2.33.
Yes, sir.
So again, I want to ask this again. I asked you earlier. Is it? Would you say it's normal? It's a normal occurrence for a higher ranking officer to recommend that an OPS finding be changed from sustained to not sustained or exonerated?
Objection, but you can answer if you know.
Like I said, it's to the best of my knowledge, it's up to OPS to do their part of the investigation. And it gets forwarded up to their chain of command. Their chain of command is supposed to look it over and agree or disagree with it, and then have their ruling. And like in this chain of command, the major disagreed with OPS.
So OPS serves as an independent body to investigate police misconduct, right?
I'm sorry, can you say it again?
Sure. Would you agree that OPS serves as an independent body to investigate police misconduct, among other things?
Yes, sir, I do.
So why is it okay for someone who works directly with an officer to change a finding of an independent OPS investigation?
Objection, but you can answer if you know.
So I can't really answer your question because these are all higher ups. That's my major. He has an office of his own. The people that work directly underneath him are the captains, the lieutenants, and the sergeants. I'm right at the bottom of the totem pole. This was a letter that it looks like he sent after OPS said not sustained. The chief came back and said, no, go ahead and sustain it. And the major, after looking at it, who has a lot of investigative experience, wrote a letter back.
Okay.
But obviously they're doing good with the chief, so.
Would you agree that the practice of allowing City of Atlanta employees outside of OPS to change the final disposition of an investigation leaves room for police officers to sort of look out for their own?
No, sir. This chain of command, they're all appointed. They're all appointed positions. OPS, they have their chain of command as well, and then it goes up.
But this isn't the first time that we've seen a document with a higher up recommending that one of your excessive force violations be changed to not sustained, is it?
Objection. I don't think that this was an excessive force violation, and it even said so in the document.
Okay, your objection is noted. Officer Vickers, if you'd like to answer the question, you're free to do so.
Can you ask a question again?
This isn't the first document that we've seen recommending one of your violations involving excessive force be changed from not sustained, be changed from sustained to not sustained, is it?
Same objection, but you can answer.
Yeah, I mean, you could say that the chain of command changes some of the rulings sometimes. Yeah.
What's the point of OPS if the chain of command can just overturn it after an investigation?
It's really not for me to answer that, but to the best of my knowledge, it's no different than you have an investigator and then they have their chain of command. You have an investigator, sorry, I said unstable. I don't know if you can hear me or not. You have investigators and they have their chain of command. The investigators come up with it, and their supervisors have to okay it. Hey, I agree with the findings. I don't agree with the findings. Hey, why didn't you do this? Why didn't you do that? You know, So, I mean, that's all I can answer your question.
Okay. I flip to page 32. You see the highlighted text of this email. It says, quote, "The officer was clearly mad about it and became aggressive toward the patient. And that's when he went full force into the locked door with the patient. And as a result, the patient fell to the floor, and it's a spelling error, but lost consciousness for a minute."
The document wasn't on the screen. I'm
I
sorry.
can't see it.
Ah, that is my fault. I'll redo the question. Do you see, Officer Vickers, where it says, quote, "The officer was clearly mad about it and became aggressive toward the patient. And that's when he went full force into the locked door with the patient. And as a result, the patient fell to the floor and lost consciousness for a minute." End quote.
Yeah, I see it.
Is any of that true?
No, sir.
Do you know anything about the person who complained about this incident?
If it's who I think it is, she was at the other end of a very, very big room, and that room was full of people. All I know is from the other corrections officers, they knew right away, because they've had dealings with her before, that she was going to be a problem for me.
Well, was she an employee of Grady?
I'm only assuming by the way she was dressed and the position that where she was standing. I'm thinking she was some kind of social worker, but I have no idea who she was.
Okay. Well, and how was she dressed?
I can't remember, but she wasn't like in a nurse's outfit or anything like that. It was more like a civilian clothes, like just normal, business wear.
I see. Well, why do you think she said that the man lost consciousness if he didn't in fact lose consciousness?
Objection, but you can answer if you know.
I don't know why she said any of those lies she said. And if I try to guess it, speculate, and I couldn't diagnose it.
Okay.
It was all false. And like I said, he was unconscious, and we're in a hospital, and nobody revived him. Where's the doctor at that revived him?
All right. We go back to Plaintiff's Exhibit 57. So that was the incident that we just spoke about was Willie Thurman. Do you have any idea what this highlighted incident is referring to?
I know the location, but no, I don't know the incident. I'm sorry.
Okay. Has there been any? I guess strike that. So we've spoken about Willie Thurman, Tyler Griffin, and Ricky Usher, which are three cases that involve the use of force. Other than those three cases, are there any other instances where you've been accused of using too much force?
Other than the ones we talked about, not that I can recall.
Did any of the, other than Mr. Griffin, did any of the other people who accused you of using too much force, did any of those people file lawsuits against you?
Not that I'm aware of.
Has the city of Atlanta cautioned you at all since Mr. Griffin's complaint against you?
Objection, but I'm sorry, the city of Atlanta, who are you speaking about?
I'm talking about the city of Atlanta. I don't really know what I could be clearer than that.
Are you talking about his attorneys? Are you talking about APD? I'm not sure. So I don't know if he can answer that question or not.
Ms. Miller, I understand that you may not understand it, but really you're not being deposed right now. Officer Vickers is, and what really matters is if he understands it. And so if he understands it, he's free to answer that question. If he does not understand it, as you have basically instructed him, then I'm happy to re-ask it in a way that he understands.
Well, I was asking because I wanted to know if I had an objection or not. If it's not about the city attorney's office, then that's fine. If it is, then I'm going to tell him not to answer. So that was my clarification.
Of course, I'm not asking for attorney-client privileged information.
Thank you.
So I'll ask the question again. Officer Vickers, has the city of Atlanta cautioned you at all since Mr. Griffin's complaint?
Other than, the incident, what's coming out of it, I'm not sure I understand your question.
Sure. Like
Caution me in what way?
As the city said, and of course I'm paraphrasing, as the city said, like, Vickers, if this happens again, you will be fired.
Like I said, this case, I see you have it, but for me, they haven't come to me with all the findings yet. So like I said, I don't think they're done dealing with me yet. So whatever caution they're going to bring, I think that's yet to come.
I see. All right, we are nearly done. I appreciate your patience, sir. Can you see Plaintiff's Exhibit 33 on your screen?
I can.
And does Plaintiff's Exhibit 33 appear to be your performance evaluation for 2019?
Yes, sir.
And you see the evaluation period, it says July 1st, 2018 through June 30th, 2019. That would necessarily include the date that you tackled Mr. Griffin, right?
Yes, sir.
And so any comments or criticisms or really any commentary based on your conduct on April 5th towards Mr. Griffin, to the extent it would be noted at all, would be noted in this performance evaluation, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, we'll flip to page 2.
Actually, that's not fair.
I'm sorry.
Excuse me, sir. That's not fair because they would. It's not correct because the findings haven't come out yet. This is all done in 2019. So if anything was to come out of it, they wouldn't be able to judge Griffin's case off this evaluation. I don't know if I'm being clear or not. Even though the incident happened here, the investigation wasn't concluded.
Sure. Well, let me ask you this. Did the person reviewing this or rating the rater, it appears, was Sergeant J. Davis? Who is Sergeant J. Davis in relation to you?
He's an old supervisor, sergeant that I used to have. He's gone to another unit now.
At the time that he completed this review, on 6/30/19. Was he aware of what happened with Mr. Griffin?
Objection, but you can answer if you know.
He became aware of it. Like I said, he couldn't base the evaluation off that incident completely, being that it was under investigation. And also, I don't know that he was the sergeant at the time of the actual.
Okay. Can you see goal 1 on your screen?
Yes, sir.
And you see goal 1 says care. It represents the department in a courteous and professional manner. You see that?
Yes, sir.
And under the goal, there's a comment section. You see that area under the goal?
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true that the person performing this evaluation, Sergeant Davis in this case, can put anything they want in that comment section?
Yes, sir.
For example,
I mean, that's their comments.
Sure, yeah. And for example, if the officer being evaluated was not courteous and not professional, the reviewing employee could say that in this comment section, right?
Yes, sir.
And then in your case, it looks like Sergeant Davis said, works with a sense of urgency, treats everyone fairly and with respect. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
And he gave you a 4 in that category, and we'll scroll up, and it 4 means highly effective, exceeds the expected performance standards on a regular basis. Right?
Yes, sir.
So if APD thought that you were not being courteous and not being professional, they could have said exactly that in this comment section.
Objection, but you can answer.
Yes, sir.
And do you see the next comments? The next goal is 4, and it says professionalism.
Yes, sir. I see it.
And do you see the highlighted comment underneath it that says displays concern and empathy when interacting with citizens?
Yes, sir.
And do you think that is a true statement about you?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember when you said to Mr. Griffin, quote, we're laughing because you fell pretty hard after pushing an officer, man. I find that funny, end quote.
Yes, sir. I remember it.
That's not very courteous or professional, would you say?
I mean, it might not be nice, but I don't think it was out of line.
Sure, but do you think it was, would you describe that statement that you made as being courteous?
Is it super nice? No. He just pushed an officer. I let him know he messed up. He made a mistake.
Do you think that your statements to Mr. Griffin or about Mr. Griffin, I guess there were 2, do you think that your statements to Mr. Griffin displayed empathy?
Can you say it one more time? I want to make sure I hear it correctly.
Sure. So do you think that the statements that you made to Mr. Griffin, those statements being, we're laughing because you fell pretty hard after pushing an officer, man, I find that funny, man, that statement, do you think that statement made to Mr. Griffin displayed empathy?
I think me telling Mr. Griffin, I want to take care of you, I want to get you to the Grady as soon as possible, me holding Mr. Griffin up with another officer so that he's not putting all his weight on his leg, I think that's showing empathy. Letting him know, you know, there's certain things you can't do when it comes to law enforcement. When an officer tells you to do something and it's in the code of law, you need to do it. I think that's empathy.
Do you remember when you, from the video we watched earlier, when you told Mr. Griffin, quote, "You're such a little girl right now"?
Yeah, something to that effect. Yes, sir.
Do you think that that statement displayed concern for Mr. Griffin?
It's letting him know, hey, you know, it's not that serious. It's not, you know, it's not going to be taken care of. I assured him that I knew that he was in pain and that I didn't want to further injure him.
Do you think that that statement displays empathy for Mr. Griffin?
Along with, as a whole, with everything else, I think that there was plenty of empathy there.
That wasn't my question. I said, do you think that your statement, that being "you're such a little girl right now," do you think that that statement displays empathy to Mr. Griffin?
That standalone statement, no.
Do you think that you deserve this this comment in your performance review that says displays concern and empathy when interacting with citizens?
Absolutely.
Would you ever testify against another Atlanta police officer in an excessive force case?
If I saw excessive force, yes, I would make sure something was done about it.
But in your 15 years at the department, you've never seen excessive force, right?
No, sir. And if I have, I surely cannot.
Would you ever report another police officer if you saw him or her do something you thought was wrong?
There's different levels to that on how far I think things need to go. But, you know, I definitely want to make sure it's taken care of accordingly.
Mm. Well, I guess, would you agree that that it's generally frowned upon for a police officer to report another police officer's misconduct?
I think I misheard you. Can you say that again?
Sure. Would you agree that it's generally frowned upon for a police officer to report another police officer's misconduct?
No, not when the accusation is true and correct. No.
Well, would you agree that police officers who testify against other police officers are ostracized?
I don't agree with that.
Have you ever heard of a police officer who testifies against another police officer or reports another police officer referred to as a rat or a snitch?
I mean, I've heard the term rat or snitch, but I've never heard it towards any police officer that I know.
Have you ever heard?
I don't know anybody would call a police officer rat.
Have you ever heard anyone in the City of Atlanta Police Department criticize another police officer for reporting misconduct of another police officer?
No.
And Mr. Vickers, you are under oath right now. You've never heard in your 15 years as a police officer, you've never heard another Atlanta police officer criticize another Atlanta police officer for reporting another police officer?
Objection, ask the answer, but you can answer again. You can answer if you have something to add.
You're asking if I witnessed it, and say it one more time. I want to make sure I hear
Sure.
it right.
And I can just sort of explain what I'm asking instead of just repeating the question again. And I'm happy to repeat it again. But I get what I'm looking for. Like what I'm asking you about is like in your career as an officer, have you ever seen or been or participated in a conversation with another Atlanta police officer or witnessed it where somebody reported someone or testified against someone or told on someone or whatever, and said something, and someone or you or anyone said something negative about that person, like, man, like, screw John Smith, he told on Tony, something like that.
Okay, if you want to say negative, if you want to use the term negative instead of calling him a snitch or a rat, yeah, I mean, I can't give you an example. I can't think of a time, but I'm sure I've heard of an officer, man, so-and-so went to, Eternal Affairs or whatever for this or that. And it might be, to their eyes, something petty or whatever. Yeah, I've heard that.
Okay. So then I guess,
But
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. It was just lagging a little bit.
it's all right. Off the top of my head, I got you. Off the top of my head, I can't think of a particular incident.
Okay, that's fair. So I guess then would it be fair to say then that maybe I was just using the wrong words before. Would it be fair to say that there's sort of like a culture within the City of Atlanta Police Department that it's viewed negatively for another police officer to sort of tail on another police officer?
Objection, but you can answer if you know.
I can only tell you what I know, and I think because I've been around so long and I'm pretty well known, that kind of stuff doesn't fly with me. So another officer wouldn't put that in my direction for me to catch it. So yeah.
But I guess have you heard
somebody does something wrong?
I see. Have you heard of that? You've heard of that sort of thing, though, just really generally, like people complaining about other people, like reporting stuff.
Not officers. I mean, and like I said, there's different levels to thing. I mean, rumors. This place is like any other big corporation. There's a lot of rumors. I mean, I heard a story where one of the trainers at the academy was talking to a class, training a class. Did like that to, touch the shoulder of another recruit. Recruit got real offended about it. But that's just a story to me. I didn't witness it. It's coming from the fifth party. I can't put any truth behind it.
Sure.
It just doesn't happen in my element, not in my environment, not in my circle.
In your experience with APD, have you seen another police officer state on the record that a fellow police officer used excessive force?
You cut out on the first part. Can you say it again?
Oh, sure. In your experience with APD, have you seen another police officer state on the record that a fellow police officer used excessive force?
Oh, I'm sure I have, but I can't tell you when. I can't think of a time. And like I said, it wasn't nothing I witnessed.
Okay. Have you heard of a department-wide practice where officers refuse to bear witness against a fellow officer who is alleged to have violated a citizen's rights? You need me to repeat the question?
Please.
Okay, sure. Have you heard of a department-wide practice where officers refuse to bear witness against a fellow officer who is alleged to have violated a citizen's rights?
No, sir, not in this department for sure.
Have you ever heard of the phrase, the police code of silence?
I've heard the phrase. I don't buy into it.
What is it? What does that mean to you?
It means I can't say it exists.
All right. All right, just a few more questions. Can you see Plaintiff's Exhibit 502?
I do.
And so Plaintiff's Exhibit 502, it's an excerpt from the Use of Force Advisory Council, some document that they put out, which is a city organization. Do you see up at the top where it says, but there are lingering issues and opportunities for improvement?
Yes, sir, I see that.
Isn't that a nice way of saying that there is a problem that needs to be fixed?
Objection, but you can answer if you know.
I don't know anything about this article. I don't know anything about this study. I can't speak on it.
All right. Well, do you see where it says, despite declining arrests over the past 7 years, reported annual use of force incidents have increased on average 2% every year, with 615 total incidents in 2019.
I see it.
Do you, assuming that statistic to be true, do you find that to be problematic?
If it's true, sure.
If that statement, if that fact is true, would it be fair to say that there's a systemic problem with police violence?
Not necessarily. Like I said, I'm not very familiar with this article, but looking into it, one of the answers to this 2%, to the 7 over the past 7 years, decline in reports of arrest, maybe it could have something to do with the mentally challenged. I don't know. Maybe instead of they're not being arrested, maybe they're sent to grade 13. I don't know if they're being charged. I don't know. I really can't speak on this article, sir.
Sure. And I'm just asking you, based on the statistic, like we can take the article down. Just, sitting as we sit here today, assuming that every year there is a 2% increase in use of force incidents, does that suggest to you that there is a bigger picture problem in play?
If that article is correct, then yes, there could be.
Has anyone either through work or personally said anything to you about the video of you tackling Mr. Griffin? And obviously that would exclude communications with your lawyers.
Yeah. Like I said, this place is like any other big organization. There's going to be rumors. People, they've made comments about it or statements about it, but nothing that I can really recall.
Sure.
Not out of the ordinary.
What sort of comments or rumors have you heard?
People, hey, that was you on the media. Yeah, that was me. Stuff like that.
Has anyone criticized seen the video and criticized you?
No one's criticized me personally. You know, to be honest with you, some people like the technique.
What do you mean by that?
Just when he had the threat, how actions were taken quick and swiftly, and direct.
So I guess
That's it.
The way that I interpret that what I interpret that to mean, and feel free to correct me if it's wrong, but what that means to me is that you have been applauded by other police officers for your use of force against Tyler Griffin. Is that
Not applauded? Not applauded. I mean, we don't cheer when we hurt somebody or anything like that. But the technique, hey, you know what? You were there to do something about it. Good job. That's it.
Good job. Okay. Has anyone told you that you used too much force against Mr. Griffin?
No.
Are you embarrassed to have that video on the news?
No, I'm not embarrassed.
Are you proud of that video?
No, I'm not proud of it.
Do you have any regrets about the way that you treated Mr. Griffin?
No, sir.
Is there anything that you'd like to say to Mr. Griffin on the record?
No, sir.
No further questions.
Okay, I do have a few questions. So SPL Vickers, thanks again for being here today. I know it's been quite a while and I'll try to make this as quick as possible. I want to go back to your line of testimony when you spoke about turning off your camera. Were you near Mr. Griffin when you turned off your camera?
No, I don't think I was ever near him when I cut my camera off.
Did you believe it was appropriate to turn off your camera at that time?
As long as I was away from Mr. Griffin and I wasn't dealing with him or affecting the case, I didn't see an issue with it.
Okay, and why did you believe that it was appropriate to turn off your camera at that time if you were away from Mr. Griffin?
I think if I was away from Mr. Griffin, the charges were done. He was in handcuffs. We were simply trying to expedite his transportation to Grady. There was nothing that was going to affect his case or our decision.
Okay. Did you ever tell Mr. Griffin that you did not want him to get hurt?
You broke out a little bit.
Sure, I'll repeat the question. Did you ever tell Mr. Griffin that you didn't want him to get hurt further?
Yes, I made that clear.
Okay, and was that, actually, I'll pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1. Let's see, I'm gonna share my screen. Okay, and can you see a video on your screen?
I can.
Okay, and this is Defendant's Exhibit 1, which has been previously marked as Griffin v. COA 599. And I'm gonna start about 3 minutes into the video. I'm at 3 minutes and 3 seconds. And I'm gonna play the video for a while and then ask you a few questions.
Stacy, we can't hear any sound on this.
You can't hear any sound? Okay, so let me try to share it again then.
So I actually just learned this yesterday, but apparently when you share the screen, there's like a little checkbox that gives you the option to share computer audio. And And so that's what I've been doing.
Okay, I thought that I clicked that. Let me try again. So let me stop sharing. Okay, let me try to share it again. Okay, and I'm gonna go back to 3 minutes and 3 seconds. Okay.
Oh my God! Ah! Ah!
Let me stop. Can you hear it now?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
I can.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Help me! Oh shit! Oh! Oh my God!
His bank, his license right here,
Oh my God!
and his bank
Oh
card.
my God!
Hey man, move, man.
Oh shit! My left foot hurts.
All right. You ready to get up, man?
I would never do that. Trust me, I'm a good guy.
Bro, you going to jail? I mean, ain't nothing to talk about. Get on
That's
up.
fine.
Get on up.
But I can't get up. Oh my God, my left foot.
Okay,
Oh
get
my
on
God.
up.
It hurts so bad. Oh. Oh.
You ready to get on up? Get on up, man. Man, get up, man.
I can't.
Man, you can get up. Get up.
Can you trust me, please? I would never do.
Trust you to do what?
My left foot it won't work.
It was working. It worked.
Oh. Oh.
So Officer Vickers, at this time, when you were at the scene, did you know what the injury to Mr. Griffin was?
I think I was in the midst of trying to find out. I didn't know his exact injury. I don't think.
Okay, I'll play a little bit more.
Oh God, it hurts.
It do.
So bad.
Yeah, he went. Bro, it rain out here, bro. You gonna sit out here in the rain by yourself?
I will because it.
Nah, you going to jail.
Vickers, I'm gonna get everything started.
Nah, this buddy right there. He is.
My left foot. Which one was your left foot?
Got a lot of weight on it.
Something. I don't know. It's got what?
A lot of weight on it. A little heavier when you're drunk, too.
Abed.
Okay. Did Mr. Griffin ever tell you that his ankle was broken?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
I don't believe. I think where he kept saying his leg, his ankle. We couldn't figure out what it was. At the time, I didn't know which one he was talking about.
Okay. And I'm gonna move the video forward a little bit, and then I'll have some more questions for you. Let's see.
Before you play it, I got supervisors and other watches. I gotta yell at this door real quick, okay? So just before you play it, is that okay?
I'm sorry, what did you say?
It's shift change. So there's people, the new supervisors, they don't even know that I'm still out. They're gonna be looking for me. They're gonna think I'm on the streets. And they're gonna be trying to find me.
Okay, so do we need to take a
No,
quick break?
I just need 30 seconds, 5 seconds. Can I get 5 seconds real quick?
Okay, sure.
Yeah, that's fine. Fine by
Okay.
me. Do what you need to do.
I'm 2111 today. Okay, I'm back.
And then okay, I'm sorry, this was the wrong video. Okay, so the next video, let me stop sharing my screen. Okay. Okay, so after this first video that we saw, did you help Mr. Griffin to the wagon?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay, and did anyone else assist you in getting him to the wagon?
Yes, ma'am. Officer Samsell.
Okay, whose idea was it to bring the wagon down the driveway?
I believe that was my idea.
Okay, and did you assist the wagon in getting down the driveway?
Yes, ma'am.
And why did you do that?
Several reasons. One, I want to make sure the wagon driver got down there safe. And two, I wanted to get the wagon as close to Mr. Griffin as I possibly could. That way he wouldn't have to walk. We could just get him on his strong ankle and help him into the wagon.
Okay. There was a line of questioning about the OPS investigation into this matter. And I believe your testimony was that you believe the use of force should be sustained. Was that your testimony?
Yeah, I said that on mistake. I should have said not sustained or exonerated. I was pushing for exonerated.
Okay, why do you believe it should have been not sustained or exonerated? And I'm talking about the use of force in this particular instance.
Once again, going back to the very beginning, Mr. Griffin came with a threat. There was a danger there. Once I took action and put Mr. Griffin down, that threat and danger were gone, and my use of force was gone. I only used that was called for.
In your 15 years as an APD officer, how many use of force complaints have you had against you?
I believe it's 3.
Okay, and how many of those were sustained?
There's only one that's sustained that I'm fighting.
Okay, so to your knowledge, if there is an investigation on use of force, if there's a complaint of use of force, there is an investigation into that matter. Is that correct?
Objection is waiting.
Okay, and then after that investigation, is there a discipline that you receive?
Yes, ma'am. The investigators, I guess they have a chart they go by, and depending on the unnecessary force is what they go with as far as the discipline.
Okay, I am going to show you what I have marked as Defendant's Exhibit 2, and this is OPS file number 17-C-0353 UAF, which is the matter that we have spoken about previously that involved Mr. Thurman. And I will pull that up. Oops. Okay, here we go. Share screen. Okay. Okay, can you see my screen?
I can.
Okay, and I am at a page that has been previously base labeled Griffin versus COA 001043. And I'm going to read to you from this particular page. It says, attached is OPS complaint investigation number 17-C-0353 UAF involving Officer Donald Vickers. In reviewing the completed adverse action, I do not concur with the disposition for work rule 4.2.33 conformance to directives should be changed to not sustain. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, ma'am.
Objection leading.
Okay. Do you know why Deputy Chief Glazier asked Major Hampton not to sustain this particular charge?
I don't know.
Okay. And
This was
go
well, yeah, he actually, I do. He this case came from OPS, went to my major. My major, well, it came to the chief. The chief sent it back down to the major to discipline me, and the major sent a letter back like, no, the investigation was wrong, or whatever. Glazier, this is a return letter, I guess, from Chief Glazier, basically saying, hey, go ahead and just give him the time, and then let him fight it in the Civilian Review Board. That's what I was told.
Okay. Okay. And to your knowledge, is this charge a use of force charge or conformance to directives?
Objection leading.
Yeah, I mean, it's listed as conformance to directives. What they were going off of, I don't know.
Okay, so did this conformance to directive decision have anything to do with your use of force?
It doesn't appear that way, no, ma'am.
Okay. And then I'm going to share one more exhibit that will mark as Defendant's Exhibit 3.
I'm sorry, Ms. Miller, did you mark that whole, all 58 pages as Defendant's Exhibit 2?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
I just want to put something on the record while you're looking. It just want to let the record to reflect that Defendant's Exhibit 2 is materially identical to Plaintiff's Exhibit A to the deposition, which are documents that were produced last night, less than 12 hours before the deposition.
And that's fine. I don't think that they're identical now because I think you had some highlighting and different things. So I would just like Defendant's Exhibit 2 to stand alone. Exhibit A, you can do what you would like to do with that exhibit.
Of course, yeah.
Okay. Gotta share my screen. Okay. Okay. Defendant's Exhibit 3 is the OPS investigation into file number 10-C-0324-UAF. And I am looking at a page that has been previously base numbered as Griffin v. COA 000777. Okay, and I'm going to read starting at the second paragraph. So it says, after reviewing the contents of this investigative file and considering the information provided by Officer Vickers and his representative during the employee response session, I did not feel that the evidence contained in the investigative file supported and sustained charge as recommended by OPS. Do you know why Deputy Chief Finley made this statement to Major Dancy?
I'm going to just object to the form of that question.
Okay, and you can answer.
I believe he sent it because he saw the investigation. He's familiar with that area and the fact that he just knew the case. You know, he knew that I through the years, him working over me, I guess he knew that that's not me. And through his investigation, he knew that I wouldn't do something like that. And there was no evidence to support any of it. I mean, even the judge saw it.
Okay, if you just give me 30 seconds, I'm going to review my notes. Okay, and oh, bless you. Those are all the questions that I have for SPL Vickers.
All right, I'll just have a few questions and then we'll let you get out of here. I know we've taken up enough of your day. Would you agree that police officers should only use force if it's necessary?
Yes, sir.
Would you agree that if required to use force, police officers should only use reasonable force?
Yes, sir.
Would you agree that police officers should attempt to de-escalate a situation before using force?
If at all possible, yes, sir.
Is it fair to say that an officer's subjective belief that force is necessary, standing alone, is not enough to justify the use of force?
Objection, but you can answer if you know.
You're gonna have to repeat it. You broke up in the middle of it.
Sure. Is it fair to say that an officer's subjective belief that force is necessary, standing alone, is not enough to justify the use of force?
Same objection, but you can answer.
Yeah, I believe it has to be looked into. Yeah, there's times that it wouldn't be justified.
So I guess the question is whether an officer's subjective belief alone, meaning that is all that is being considered. So if an officer's subjective belief is not enough, standing alone, to justify the use of force. Is that an accurate statement?
Objection, but you can answer.
As long as it's reasonable, as long as the force seems reasonable, I mean, I guess that's the only way to say it can be justified. That's very reasonable.
The decision to use force has to be reasonable under an objective standard, correct?
Objection, but you can answer.
I'm not asking you. You have to rephrase it or repeat it.
Sure, I'll try repeating it once and then I could rephrase it if it's a bad question. The decision to a police officer's decision to use force must be reasonable under an objective standard, right?
Same objection, but you can answer.
Yeah, I would not answer that one.
I'm sorry. What did you say?
I wouldn't know how to answer that one.
Well, when you're taught on the use of force at the police academy, are you taught the distinction between subjective belief and objective belief of reasonableness?
Yes.
And so what is your understanding of the distinction between a subjective belief that force is necessary and an objective belief that force is necessary?
So if you're saying, I don't know, I guess if you want to rephrase it as if the officer believes so doesn't necessarily mean it's so. And doesn't mean that a reasonable person would do the same. I don't know.
That's exactly what it means.
That make it right.
So again, that's a perfect way of saying it. So just because an officer believes that it's necessary doesn't mean that a reasonable person believes it's necessary, right?
That's right. Yeah,
And
that's
so,
subjective.
so in order for your use of force against Mr. Griffin to be deemed reasonable and not excessive, it would have to be reasonable from an objective standard, which is different from just your personal belief, correct?
Okay, I think I can agree to that.
Okay. All right. That's all I have. And unless you have anything more, Ms. Miller, I just want to thank you, Officer Vickers, for your time. We've been here for about 4.5 hours, and I know that this has probably not been the way that you would like to spend a Wednesday morning, and we do appreciate your time.
Thank you, SPL Vickers. Nothing further.
Thank you, guys.